Okay, here we go. I think we're back on the moon, so that seems like a good place to be, but we're back on the moon when it's dark and relaxed, and we're very, very sleepy. We're gonna ruin it all by waking up.
Cognition critical.
Well, that's something that just happens.
Cognition low.
You ruin it all by waking up. The view's good, which is nice, and we can see Amy wandering around. What is Amy doing out there?
Ooh, look who's first.
Hey, John, how you doing? Double whammy indeed. Well, I'm supposed to try and get back here every so often. Keeps my statistics constant or some nonsense like that. Okay. I was reasonably sure I had told the little bot to go home and stay home. Then again, who knows? Rocketry, well, we hope, Graham. It might work, it might not. There's a certain amount of other things need doing, like remembering to switch on the fridges so that the potatoes don't absolutely rot. All that kind of jazz. View in this this fridge is fairly... I'm going to have to put a... Why doesn't the fridge have a light in it? I say rocket works. Do hope you're listening. Fridges, famously, have lights in. I mean, this one has a light near it, and that's good. This one apparently has darkness from the heart of a star inside. Only, you know, the wrong kind of star. That's really very dark. Oh well. Right. I suppose I'd better put my suit on. Oh, okay. Something that might happen fairly early on in this stream, if I get things right, is the creation of a new suit. One that doesn't have holes in. See that one, damage at 54%. Doesn't actually tell me what the damage on that one is, which I'm not sure I want to know. Let's have a drink of water. Right. Things we need to do. Put some lights downstairs, possibly. Work out why the grow lights aren't working. Because they're not. It's daylight, and the grey lights are supposed to be on during daylight. Potato is still thriving, though. How weird. Graham is building out vectors in Xenon code for people of Archaon to use. Excellent. Remember to do your 2s, 3s, and 4s, matey. Okay. Right. I think something's gone wrong with the whole Harvey rig here, because there's some seeds waiting to seed. Okay, chickens are still chickening okay. 1, 2 chickens. Interior doors are not airtight, which is fine. Food lying about all over the place, also fine for chickens. 47 degrees in the hatchery, rather too warm. John, I will do my level best to remain consistent unto myself. Such is the way. Water shader needs a touch of random per instance. Currently synchronized across bottle. Yeah. That would not be it. That's not what we want. I wonder if it's synchronized across bottles or location. That's an interesting one. Doing Vector 2 and 3 for now, with most of the operations. Seriously, put Vector 4 in there, Graham. Reason being that if you do matrix maths at all, you really are going to want that W. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's a bit... Yeah, it's exactly the same, isn't it? I wonder if it's a 2D effect. How queer. Yeah, yeah. When you're doing matrix work, you're also going to be looking at 3x4 matrices. Probably not 4x4s, but they might do them 4x4s, but you only care about the first three. Yeah, and what John says, the GPU will expect all elements to the vector because it likes it numbers even. It doesn't want to play with threes. Oof, draining training occurring, John. Yep. It's not what we want. Not what we want at all. It's dull and miserable half the time. Okay, so there's our smeltery. We don't have any ore or alloy storage yet at all because we just haven't needed it. We've got a tiny bit of recycle and grind for centrifuge gubbins. And I'm expecting rocketry to turn up around there, generally, possibly around here. Because I'm probably going to need centrifuges to get rid, or to get the space ore into fettled shape, aren't I? But first, before we do anything, I do need to work out why my crops aren't being tended how I think they should be. Because if those fail, well, as ever, we die. Right, greenhouse CO2 pump is pumping a little bit of CO2, that's fine. Nitrogen pump, tiny bit of nitrogen. Probably fine. Yeah, okay, so it's just trying to drift the nitrogen back up to where it should be. Okay, and yet now you've woken up. Oh, and Larry appears to have just completely stalled in the middle of doing a thing. Wow, okay, wonder what happened there. Do wonder what happened there. Alright. Okay, I think I have a possibility as to what's going on with the darkness. It's on 360. I'm wondering whether this only sees the sunlight when it comes over the top of the building. And to watch a cybersecurity training video drama called Born Secure. Good grief. Is that the one that basically says, please don't click on random links in Russian phishing bot emails, because that would be bad. Right, so yep, now that goes dark. Oh, it's worse than that? Dude, that's really rubbish. Okay, grow light controller is not giving me any information. Well, that smells. Let us at least put out our debug data. Come here, you. Edit that. So, read from the daylight sensor, darkness time, and grow light object. Max darkness accordingly. If it's day loop, and we just sit there. If it's night, it doesn't give us any details because it's busy sleeping. Okay, it's not too foolish. could put a display on everything. We've got no shortage of pins and code space. So, this was about an ethical super hacker joining a secret counter cybersecurity. Oi, oi, oi. What the hell? That was awful. Sounds really rancid. Right. Okay, and Amy has just rammed up against the side of the hab and probably run out of battery and shut down. Okay. Okay. This is mildly embarrassing. I'll leave a list of what I felt like doing. Rig crew quarters with a sleeper, bed, shower, and oven. Done except for the oven, so... Rig crew quarters with... oven. That's not really top of the list right now. Rocket for surveying, I think might well be top of the list. Crew quarter lights. Uh-oh. That's a bad sound. Lights. Oh dear.
Second place.
It's Finn.
Isn't that
who's
nice
here.
for you?
I'm not sure. What do you reckon? Lights and oven for the crew quarters or trade rig?
I need to give myself a good talking to.
That's normal for these people, though, isn't it? Hello, Aliana. Greetings, Finnan. How are you doing with your naughty pipe pressure problems? A blimp made from old gym socks wobbles onto the scene, powered by Tesla turbines and armed with rusty remote-operated Sten guns. A lewd farting noise heralds the conveyance drifting landwards. World War I helmet-wearing yaks emerge from the gondola, escorting a herd of captured Nazi goats. Allison, wearing the uniform of the Grand Admiral of Boa Boa, a small independent banana republic in the middle of Lake Pahoe, greets us with the words, "May the fife smile upon you all, people." Thank you, Alison. That's lovely to know. Nice. Fried rice coated cod. Ooh. I am on ridiculously hot chili and couscous this evening. And when I say ridiculously hot chili, I am not pissing around. Okay, these are rotting nicely. I had a use for them, and I can't remember what it is, but it'll be made obvious in time. You had a duo pizza. Your favourite crisps flavour is fried rice and coated cod, John. Interesting. Ridiculously hot. Best Beloved made it. Got the wrong bottle of chili sauce out of the cupboard and liberally applied the "oh my god, it'll melt your face" chili rather than the nice and spicy chili. Of the guests we had with us that evening, 3 of them just basically said, "I'm terribly sorry, but I can't eat that. It's too horridly spicy." And I grinned like a ninny, knowing I had a pan full of all to myself. Yummy. Too small, so you had 2. Well, this is normal for pizza and occasionally other things too. Right. Oh, something I've also forgotten to do. Oh, yes, write some automation for this filters. Oh, that's got to be top of the list. They're sitting here sucking power all day, every day. We need 1 more chip and some software. We also need to rescue a particularly dim-witted robot. has gone out of range of her battery charger. There you go. Sort your life out. What have you got in the box? Good work. Can I get at that box? Some water ice in there that I want to take out. I don't want the water ice going into the furnaces. Gonna have to put a sorter in here at some point. Wake up. Get your act together. Come home. Oh, I think it's going to be a lovely dinner, Finnan. I think it's going to be a lovely dinner. Only 14 inches. Oh, hot rocks, I'm surprised. Yeah. Lass like you would definitely want 2 of them. 14 inches, clearly not enough. Alright. Water ice. There we go, the water ice crusher. Which is set to 278. That'll do. Crush that up. The rest of these are ores. I can reconnect this. And collect all of you lot up. And you can all go and get smelted. Nice. Okay. Just throwing them straight in. Don't care. Right. So before we go anywhere else, we're automating the atmospherics. And we might move what you got inside. Processing 4, reagent mix really slowly. Okay. Oof. A soup of Thai green curry. Was it really quite vicious and unpleasantly vicious, or just ordinary vicious? Cardboard box for the tool belt. A good place to store odds and ends. That's different cartridges. Yep. I can definitely see that little spot there. Hey, right. So that burst pipe can just stay because I don't care. I'm just venting all of this lot anyway. One more chip. There. Do we have the ingredients for one more chip? Integrated circuit. We're lacking in gold. That might be why we stopped exactly there. You're a dead filter. You should have been fed to the grinder. Is this gas somewhere useful? Probably coming out of those filters, and I have a horrible feeling Amy's buggered off into the distance. You are just not a controllable thing, are you? You are a force of nature with all the brain of a... I don't even know what it is. What are you looking at? What are you trying to do here? Are you trying to reach some ore that doesn't exist? Are you... What is wrong with you? I know your pathfinding's a bit wobbly around the edges sometimes, but this is just weird. Ooh. In other news, you got a .2 nozzle for the printer. Ooh, oh my. Okay. Is it down to some really, really fine work now? What? You're doing it again? You're just going round and round this little patch of circle. Enjoy. Right, did you bring me some gold? Just coincidental gold. I don't see a smidge of it. Not the tiniest bit of gold in there. How about in here? Oh, 5.6 grams of gold. Will actually do us. I've got 11 grams of reagent mix in there now. Alright. Stack 0.1 mil layers. What? Hang on. How much fine detail can you get this thing to do, John? That sounded pretty insane. Oh, lots of coal in there. And a window that's gone off the top of the screen. Great. Oh, and some... I've got a lot of stuff in there. Alright, lead, silver, nickel. Alright. But no gold. And something over there that doesn't look like it should be here in the first place. An iron sheet just lying on the floor. Right. Big for the miniature printing community, given resin's okay. So, are you able to actually print a credible miniature now? Because the .4 nozzles are entirely acceptable for almost everything. Yeah, resin printers go down to some ridiculous numbers. What have we got here? Coal we've got for the moment. We are just looking for some gold. Ah, there's handy. Just a few blobs will do us for the immediate future. 16, 22. Okay. Gold's doing very well for the moment. Should probably turn on the magic glasses. There we go. Chunk. That'll do for now. Not quite micron voxel, The printing plane, yeah. Well, the technology is just going to keep coming up and up and up. There's no reason for it to reach a limit anytime soon. And there are people talking about using Bose-Einstein condensates as a coherent matter cloud in order to pick individual atoms out of. Although the main difficulty there is going to be speed. Or lack thereof. Okay. Whoosh. 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 There's a book by Eric Drexler about the coming age of nanotechnology. I think it's called Engines of Creation. Interesting take on these things. He speaks a fair amount about what it is that is going to be turning up when nanotech starts to actually kick up, which isn't for a while yet. Hey, thank you, John. Was it a very pricey piece of kit, and was it difficult to fit? 12, 11, 10, 9, 7, 5, 3, 2, 1. Give me the star. Oh, okay. Right. A lot of you lot can go straight into the smelting. You wibbly wobbler, whatever you are, you're going to go to a different smelter. I don't think I can smelt reagent mix in an arc furnace. Not and get something sensible out of it anyway. And silver. I'm not going to bother smelting because you can just go live with your friends in the big bag of silver, which is actually this one. Yeah. Where I appear to have all the silver in the world. Not a hot swap situation, not an ordeal. PS2 can hot swap, P2S rather. Yeah. So what's it like, 3 bolts or 20 minutes with an Allen key or similar? Ooh. What do we set to? Steel. This is probably steel anyway. Oh hey, it's actually Constantan. Fine. Little tiny tidge of Constantan. You can go in the atmosphere printer to turn into filters. And by now we should have an ingot of gold somewhere in here. At least one. Yeah. You'll do. Little tiny one. Right, now hopefully I have a chip available for this. Hot end on the P1S held with 2 bolts. Oh, easy. You need to use the machine's interface to select the hot end. Remember to order a complete hot end. Okay. Nice. Doop-de-doo. Looking on the Discord to see what I can see. Oh, okay, that's actually not so bad, John. That's not bad at all. That's off an FDM printer. Wow. Now will we run out of gold again? Yeah, alright. Fine. Boff. Crunch. Thud. There we are. Now, let's have a look in my library of stuff. Furnace drivers, charcoal rig, vendor control, Larry, solar tracking, furnaces, more furnace, silo control, storage, furnace, thermostat, silo, furnace. Spotting a pattern going on here. Centrifuge. Ooh, we're going way back here. Ah, damn it. I have to rewrite the bloody thing, aren't I? Weather station. Amy Racing Code. We've got to pull that up sometime soon. Rocket display. That's going to be out of date. Mars solar. Oh, filtration control. Okay. Probably, given the date it's at, ridiculously out of date and horrible. Find out. Ridiculously out of date and horrible. Because you've never owned a minifigure, you printed it at half size so it would play better when bigger. You printed it at half size. I am confused. Right. Clear that. That's just a load of nonsense. So, what do we got? We've got a differential pump, a vacuum pump. I'm still wondering whether that vacuum pump should actually be on the input side, but hey. We've got a filter which can read its own inputs and its own slots. So what we need is a way to translate between whatever the filter slot is and whatever gas we are filtering to bother waking up the filter or not. And that's pretty much about it. And then if we wake up the filter, we wake up the two pumps too. Two pumps can live on the two pins here. That will do nicely. Right. Let's go stand in the airlock, or at least work on this inside. Not in a typing mood. It'd look better if it was full-sized. John, your brain's melting, man. What's going on? Is something chewing on your cortex? Having one of those days when it's just like, meh. Okay. Probably want to be putting some automatic lights in here as well. But hey, oh, and the shutters. We need to code the shutters so that they work in a solar storm. Yeah. Right, so filtration. Edit. Let us say alias differential pump on D0 alias vacuum pump on D1. Start.
Yak shaving day.
Yay!
Oh,
we're away. Alias gas type on R15. Oof. Get gas type. Good news, says Graham. You have a length operation done. Okay. And how does your length operation work?
Hunger, caution.
Do tell. The hippopotamus hide is definitely one of the useful things there. Hey, oh, that's a good one. Mana, that's a lovely one. Right. So, load slot into R0 from the device which is our base. So let's give that a name while we're here. Alias filter DB. And Hot Rocks is here with burning my wires, man. I'm programming. Why is my wires burning? My face is burning. That chili's pretty damn awesome. Alright. Filter 0. What do I want? Prefab hash. And I will also slot R1 filter 1 prefab hash. And then I will branch if not equal R1 and R0 to show error. Which I don't know what's going to happen here. Oh yes I do. Load into R0 filter open set if equal to 0 R0 set, R0 show error sleep one. All right. 4 if statements. What? 4 if statements for X, Y, and Z and W. If it includes that, it will do the sum of that. X, Y, or Z, or W. So if it has a Z, it will do the sum is Y squared. It returns a scalar length of the vector from the origin. Plus sum 0 if contains X, sum plus X squared. You're giving me the fear here, Graham. That's definitely giving me the fear. That appears to be a general case vector containing between 1 and 4 elements. No such concept as a vector 2 here, or a vector 3, or a vector 4. You're talking about a vector whatever. I spilled the hot chili on the wires. That's yeah, that makes a lot more sense, Rox. It really does. Why does your vector also Graham. No, stop. Cease. Desist. Make different classes. Vector 2, Vector 3, and Vector 4. Definitely should not be utterly equivalent under the hood. No classes. So what is a vector? It's just a structure with some numbers in it. Because your whole if contains there. I can't be reading all of that right now, I'm afraid, mate. But you have a thing called vector V. Yeah. Woof, that's giving me the fear. It's not so much the lack of classes, that's fine. It's that you've got structures with variable numbers of members in them that aren't classes. I bet they are somewhere. Oof, either way, right. Yeah, also, if you have a vector 2, a vector 3, and a vector 4, you may not need the if contains Z. You just, like, is it a third, is its structure length greater than 2? 3 separate functions for vector 2, 3, and 4. Oh, that you got them working. Okay. It's odd. The structure is very definitely curious. I may have to look at it and run away screaming, you never know. But if you don't have different object types, but you simply have to say, does my object contain a variable called Dave? Key value system because it does not do structures. Ooh, so I'm basically writing code on XML here. Youch. Yowie, yowie, yowie. Ah. Right. Typed variables, constants, dynamic arrays, standard arithmetic operations, concatenation, format, blah 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 blah. But in standard math function. Oh my. Yeah, that's a list of all the things available in your Xenon language by the sound of things. Yeah. Right, either way, let's confirm that. And while I think about it, I can open my helmet, turn my suit off because I'm indoors. So, I want to look up from my filter what kind of gas I should be filtering. Oof. So that is a two-way non-zero indexed lookup. Yuck. Oh well, alright, let's see how to go to that. Yeah. So let's start with a medium filter for pollutants. Alright, that's fine. And then we've got gas type. Air, air? Wow. All right. Filtration unit. Right, I want to be reading the ratio of something on the input side. So ratio volatiles input. Logic type ratio volatiles input. Logic type volatiles input. Okay, so that's a thing. All right. Oh, good grief. I don't know whether I'd know more, John. I know how I would build my data types when I didn't have the concept of classes, but what I would have had is a data type with an identifier at the front that says I am a whatever. In this case, the first byte or whatever in my data would be I am a vector 2, vector 3, vector 4, matrix, quaternion, whatever it might be. And then instead of saying if I contain an X, it would be if I am a vector 2, go this way. If I am a vector 3, go that way. If I am a colour, maybe I'm in the wrong place. But, you know. Right, I can't think of a nice way of writing this. This is going to be mank. Right, what have we got? CO2. It's a filter. Medium filter carbon dioxide. Ratio carbon dioxide input. Let's see if this is medium carbon dioxide. Heavy carbon dioxide would be L, good. And ordinary carbon dioxide would be no, not an S, just the thing without. Oh, man, what's up, man? You're allowed to sidetrack me, and if there's some things that need doing, you do tell me about them. Right, carbon dioxide. What other gases do I care about? Oxygen. It's going to be a heck ton of lookup table. There's got to be a better way of doing this. Nobody comes up with a better way of doing this. Tell me. Carbon dioxide. Oxygen. Trying to automate your arc furnace and draw gases. It won't register properly when you put something into it. Tell me about register, Manna. I can... easily go and deal with that. Or for a bit of cleverness, read first byte, jump relative... Exactly, yeah, Aliana? Have we just invented the virtual table, the V table there? Because kind of sounds like it to me. Right, so you're just sitting there quite happily. Right. We are just going to shut you down. Go to sleep, Lily the Pink. You have done good work, but now it is time for snoozing. I just turned... Doing it again. You're doing it every bloody time. I switch you off and you go mad. Mad, sir. Right. just rest. Do not go anywhere. Do not go mental. Alrighty, Manus, when you put an ore into the arc furnace, it turns on for a second, then turns off. Doesn't do anything else. How are you automating this, or are you pressing the buttons for yourself? Oh, Graham, dear heart. Oh, my sweet summer child. I'll tell you, you've never programmed a front panel, have you? MIPS is at least 2 levels above as how low level as you can get. Right, so you're automating it. Yeah, front panel is where you have 16 switches in a row and a go button. You're setting up your binary and going clock, and that puts your binary into the memory. So you start off, you hit the reset, you start off at address 0, you put 16 bits, you say clock, you put your next 16 bits, you clock it, and then over the next few hours, as your fingers get more and more sore and your brain melts gently and falls out of your ears, you put in your code. And if you're really lucky, at the bottom end of it, you lock the clock button, you lock the reset button, and you hit run. Yeah. Yeah, even there's a game, as Aliana says, called Human Resource Machine. Beautiful, fun game for playing around with how the hell does a processor work. There's another one that I recommend called Turing Complete, which allows you to build your own processor from wires. Lovely piece of kit, yep. Right. Was it named Engineering Pult? No, that was an old Singer machine, like the sewing machine company. Yeah, it's alright, mate. Everything be fine. I recommend Turing Complete as a game for people who write software, because it does reveal some of the secrets. The concept of a memory counter as well as a program counter, incremented every time it was used. Oh yeah, absolutely, yes. Your memory counter is often called an address register. So you would sit there and say load a number into R7, and then you can just piddle around with the address register, add to it, whatever. Your friend is a computer science major. It will traumatize him. He'll be fine. He's a comp sci major. He's going to get traumatized anyway. Oh, Skurrus. Bit of low tech going on there. What we want. Right, mana. Here is an arc furnace. One of the things you can do is there's some sneaky stuff. Arc furnace in the logic. So what you do, the arc furnace has slots, input and output slots. So if you read slot 0 to say, is there something in it? And then switch on the arc furnace by hitting the activate flag. You can also then read the activate or the idle flags to say whether the arc furnace is busy doing a smelt. So the thing to do is read the input slot 0. Yeah, idle's better. Yeah, definitely. Aliana's right. So you read the occupied slot. If that's non-zero, so read occupied slot. Read slot 0 prefab hash. If that is not 0, and the idle flag is not 0, then the activate and the power should be set true. Oh, yeah, you've been there as well, Aliana. Such as the things. Oh, teletypes and push cards. Punch cards, even, yeah. Lots of opportunity to drop bits of cardboard on the floor and really, really ruin your day. So, yeah. Basic thing. Read that. And it with that. feed it into this one, and this one. Activate and on. If I had my spare laptop, which I might have, I will go and show you the code that I've got already. If that is that something you want to look at, Manna? I'm sure I had a spare laptop somewhere. Maybe it's in a cardboard box. But no. Maybe it's on a shelf. But yes. Right, you're busy writing. You. Right, here we go. Here we go. Poink. Poink. Ah, sorry, I left the chip on the other side. Right. Yoink chip in laptop. Import. Put chip back in slot. Edit. So, this here is my furnace code. It does 6 furnaces. It says so. Num furnaces. They're all on pins. They don't have to be. If you want to do a whole big load of them with names, and you can do 1,000,000 furnaces and just run through the name loop. Here is the loop. Furnace index is in R9. Add 1 to furnace index. Mod it with the number of furnaces, so you can see furnace index goes round 0 to 5. Call do furnace. If it's not equal to 0, go to the top. If it is, wait to let everybody else do their stuff and then go back to the top. Doing a particular furnace, we load into R0 from the device according to R9. So if R9 is 0, that would be D0. Slot 0, is it occupied? Has it got something in it? I am actually using activate here, but I could use idle. This one works, so doing a thing. Load into R1 according to R9, so device 0 again. All them together. If it's either occupied or it's active, that value goes into R0. I said and earlier, didn't I? I meant or. Oh well. Right. You have one furnace. Right, so up the top, we've got D0, D1, D2, all that jazz, yeah? So D, here we got D0 is furnace 0. So that's the first pin in the chip. That there could be a number in a register. So device according to a register. I'm using R9, so it's device according to R9. If R9 is 0, it says D0. So basically, I'm running a thing that makes R9 go from 0 to 5, and whenever I call do furnace, it says, you know, D0, D1, D2, D3, D4, D5. I don't need to write separate code for each of my furnaces. I just say whatever's in the register. Did that make sense, Manna? Tell you what, I will copy that and I will stick it in the old Discord channel. There's a channel called 1001110, etc. Oh, holy badgers, Graham is posting his code with vectors in there. It had given me the fear already. I may have to look at Archaean and set it on fire.
Hydration critical.
Did that not work?
Hunger critical.
Okay. That'll be it. Hydration and hunger also critical. I need to edit my message and put the right number of dits at the top. There we are. Dish. Take a peek in the 1010 channel on the Discord, Manna, and you'll have an exact copy of the thing. It will nearly work. I can fix it so it'll work for as many furnaces as you've got. Actually, yeah, let me do that right now. Change that JAL to a branch if device set. ED seal, and then we're away. Done. Right. Oof. Cancel that. Laptop in pocket. Go and get a bun and a bottle of water. It's going to be a potato, isn't it? It's always a potato. DR9 is just the furnace, yes. It's the device the device that's attached to whichever pin it is. Do not do an alias for DRs. Yep, that just works. That just ruins it and everything gets confused. Right. Obliviating aside, good word. Assembly is practically as close as you ever need to be. Yes, if you're working on actual machine code or fiddling with the front panel, like I mentioned, you shouldn't be. Something's gone wrong at that point. If you ever get to fiddling with real machine code on a modern machine, you're either writing self-modifying code, in which case, sneaky, but shame on you, or something has gone sufficiently wrong that even your BIOS is not working and you're going in there with a magnetized needle, effectively. Yeah. Oh, num 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 num. Half the countries do not exist now. DDR, Czechoslovakia, USSR. Copy of an US machine from the late 60s. CPU was the size of 3 wardrobes. Oh, yeah. And old computers often terrify people because they sit there and say, where's the computer? And then you tell them you're standing in it. Yeah. If you go larger, you use the pins. Yes, that's what D0 and D1 are all about. They are the pins in this case. So D0 and D1 are the pins on my filter unit, which is DB, the device base. Yeah, John, that's the thing. If you get to that point, you got business. You should have business there. If you don't, then things are a problem. Right, so what have I got? Carbon dioxide, oxygen, nitrogen, volatiles, N2O, and pollutants. Right. Control that. That goes there. Ratio nitrogen. I might as well put that in because I'm going to want one of those for all of them. This is horrible. There's got to be a nicer way of doing this. There really has. What's this going to be? Nitrous oxide. And this one, oh blimey, pollutant. Alrighty. Oh, I use prefab hash and names them. You hate scrolling through pins. Yeah, legit. It's fair enough. The thing you can do with the code I posted, instead of doing D0 and D1, yeah, you could rewrite everywhere it says DR9 to refer to the logic slot, the batch slot name thing that you can do. Totally doable. Right. So this is going to be for nitrogen. Gas filter. Nitrogen. Should have done one for nitrogen and then copied it twice, shouldn't I? Nitrogen medium, nitrogen large. Let's just check that. Nitrogen medium filter is gas item filter nitrogen M. Nitrogen heavy gas item filter nitrogen L. Alright, yeah, seems to all fit together. What's the next one we want? Volatiles. What about that? Volatiles, heavy. Oh, okay. It is just right, fine. Violet volatiles. Vol. Medium, large. How we do for space? Yeah, we're doing fine. Doing fine. And the next one is pollutants. Is it pollutants? Pollutants M. Yeah, all right. Pol and pol. Medium and large. The batch name stuff has its uses, John. But for something like I'm doing now, I would have to name a bunch of things and write the chips differently for each one. So if I'm doing 6 chips which are pretty much the same, I might as well do it on the pins. Noxic, I see you, dear friend. How are you doing? Yeah, I mean, they have their uses. In another game, I built that arc furnace code to run 32 different furnaces. And there was just this great block at the top with all the string names of the furnaces. It's fine, it worked. Learned coding a month ago, says Mana. Finding stuff on the workshop, simple, but it works. Yeah, well, you're doing fine. People have different styles. There's a whole religion about what is the right way to write code. And some of the stuff, I will say, there are definitely right ways to do it. And some of the stuff, one way's good, another way's good. And I'm not going to fight someone on it. I like my way, but I'm less likely to say it's right unless there's a solid functional difference at the end of it, and one way is provably better. Right, so okay. We've got EPROM thanks to the stack stuff. Yeah, it's better still. It's EEPROM, electrically erasable programmable read-only memory. Lovely. I'm doing okay, Noxic. I've been better, but I'm still holding shit together. Not dead, not on fire. Okay. So, get the gas type. Load into R0 from the filter, slot 0 prefab hash. Load R1 from slot 1, filters prefab hash. If they're not equal, it's an error. We've got problems. Otherwise, if it's a carbon dioxide filter, we're filtering CO2. If it's an oxygen filter, we're filtering oxygen. Nitrogen filter, we're filtering nitrogen. Volatiles, pollutants, nitrous oxide. CO2 talks about reading the ratio of carbon dioxide input. I might need another one there. Filtration. Filtration. Yes. We've got ratio inputs, pressure input. Total moles output. Interesting. Total moles input. Interesting. Yes. 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 Okay. Right. So, start. Get gas type. Gas type is now in R15. Alias. Gas amount. Amount. Is it R14? Nope. Yield. Load into R0 from the filter. Let's call this, let's just call this gas type. See now that there, that said logic type. And we have put in our gas type variable one of these logic types. So we're now getting the ratio of whatever gas we want. Load into R1 from the filter. What was it? Total moles. Total moles input. Right, so I'm expecting that to be the number of moles on the input side. All of them. And R0 is the ratio of moles of the gas we care about. So we multiply into R2, R0 and R1. Actually, let's not put that in R2, we'll put that in our newly called gas amount. And we will define min gas as, I don't know, 1 mole. Yeah, 1 mole. And so we will say set if greater than into R0 if gas amount is greater than minimum gas. And then at the back end of that, set filter mode according to R0. 1 means filter, 0 means sleep. Set differential pump on according to R0. Set, put a capital P where it should be, vacuum pump on according to R0. Alright, cool, getting there. When playing multiplayer games in Noxic, it may be useful to define a style guide. Oh, have people been building strange and unusual things? Yeah. Aliana saying the right way to write code is to write code. The opposite of thermonuclear war. The only way to lose is not to play. Damn straight. Although I would agree with John. Tabs over spaces Allman only indentation. I think it's Berkeley brackets if you're me, but it's the same concept I think. Not Egyptian brackets, don't do that. Wait, JAL jump. JAL is a subroutine jump. So jump execution to line A, store the next line number in RA. So go sub if you're running basic. Jump with the intent of coming back. So down here does a whole bunch of jumping inside get gas type rather, but at the back end jump RA to the return address, i.e. go back the way you came. So jump out, come back. Yep, J space RA, because the return address register is a thing. If you really feel saucy, you can do that and store an address number in one of your registers. Fun times come when you want to then jump into another subroutine, so you can do things like push RA, JAL, deeper sub, pop RA, and so you've pushed your RA return address onto the stack, got a new return address for that one, popped your old return address back, and that's what stacks are all about, and that's why stacks are stacks, because they move down and then move up again. First in, last out, or last in, first out. Back in your day, the only brackets in your programming code were the wall brackets. Oh, even in BASIC we had some brackets, but just for mathematical operations and function definitions, of course. That was BASIC, which was a joy to behold. Right, so check this. Other things we want to do at the start. Set diff pump. Ooh. Load into R0. This has all got a bit manky. Give me that. Diff pump max mum. Set diff pump setting R0. Do the same for R1, the rather vacuum pump. So it doesn't matter what pump we put on there, it'll turn it up to 11. Set filter open 0. Right. So, Mana, did the whole JAL thing be useful to you? Because that's you just got a J there for JAL. You can also do things like BQAL, so branch if equal and store the return address. And the code I posted had the absolutely lovely instruction. Ooh, get it right. Branch if device is set and call it a subroutine. So basically says on that one, go do the subroutine, but only if there's actually a device on that pin. So you can sit there and say, well, did I put an arc furnace on pin 3? Well, I didn't. No, I don't bother with it then. Don't bother doing the number 3 version. The new device branch instructions. Didn't it? Possibly. Let's have a look, shall we? Oh, not that one. Yeah, maybe this one. Oh, branch line A of the provider. Yes, seen those. They're very useful. Yeah, so those are things like when you got Larry over the top of an object and say, can you piddle around with it in this particular way? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'd use them for immediately, but I can see them being handy. Yeah, don't care what it is, but can I switch it on? Absolutely. Yeah. And fail gracefully if I can't is the thing. Right, so we get the gas type. We turn the pumps to maximum. We set the filter open door to closed. We let everyone else do their world thing. We get the gas type. We find the number of moles on the input pipe. We multiply the ratio by the number of moles to get a number of actual moles of this gas. If that gas amount is greater than the minimum amount of gas we care about, we set R0 to true. And if R0 is true, then the filter is turned on, the differential pump and the vacuum pump are turned on, and we go round again. And then we have the actual functional crap here. That's pretty much about it, really. Okay, confirm. Why have I got my suit filters on anyway? I'm indoors. Oh well, whatever. Done now. Out we go. Dumpty-doo-de-dumpty-doo. Let's have a fresh battery while we're here. Go and fresh waste tank. And let's yoke this chip. Hello. Export. Chip in the slot. Right. Now this is going to get confused because we haven't set either of those. And there's a fair possibility we haven't even given them names. Yeah, we haven't. That just sucks. So, you are derp. N2O vac pump. You are N2O diff pump. Right, let's get the screwdriver out. You are N2O filtration. This is going to be a fun one. So this is the bit that Mana hates, and I'm not surprised.
Hi, everybody!
Hi, Cascade! How are you today? N2O vac pump, N2O diff pump. Hibbity, 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 hibbity. Right. So, pink ponk. If I now turn this on, closes, it shuts everything off because it doesn't think there's enough gas in here. Mode is idle. So how much gas is there in here? There is absolutely shag all of anything except carbon dioxide and a small smidge of oxygen. Is there anything in here? Yeah, you've got cack all over it. So my whole filtration rig is almost empty. Right, that's looking good. That's nice. So let's give these guys some names too. Pollutant vac pump. Pollutant diff pump. Diff pump here. It's differential pump to get the exit gases back in the pollutant filtration. Alrighty. Cascade is good. Lurking for half an hour, and you've just been able to say, hey, oh no, you've been busy. You've been doing the real world. I'm doing okay. I'm holding it together. Nitrogen vac pump. Nitrogen diff pump. CO2 filtration. CO2 vac pump. CO2 diff pump. Sometimes the typing just gets annoying. Trying to multitask, ooh mate. Yeah, that sometimes goes interesting, it really does. Vac pump. O2 diff pump. Only a few more to go. Volatile filtration. Vol vac pump. And vol diff pump. Nice. Okay, you can go back in the pot. You come out again. And we run all the way back down the line. Pop the chip. Export it. Put it back in the slot. Everybody gets confused. That's fine. That's kind of how it should be right now. Yeah, you're allowed to be confused. Give me the chip. That's fine. Couple more to go. Right. Okay. I don't really need the pumps. Need is possibly a strong word. It makes the whole process a lot more efficient because the filters work on a pressure differential. So if there was 1,000,000 megapascals in here, well, all right, let's go with 50 because that's slightly before the tank pops, and 50 megapascals in here, the filter wouldn't be able to do very much with it. So what we have is this pump to suck all of the gas, the filtered gas, out of the filter and stuff it in the result tank so that nothing lingers in there, being a back pressure against it. It really notices on Mars when you filter carbon dioxide and this tank gets full quickly. So you're pulling in a waste line which might have 30 megapascals of mixed gases. We've already got 45 megapascals of stored carbon dioxide. Your carbon dioxide filter slows down. So you suck the CO2 out of it really hard and let it get on with its work. And then you suck the waste gases out of it and stuff them back into the waste filter line. So the filter is always working massive pressure against vacuum. That's why we do that. Right, so you're happy. You need some screwdriver work. Volatile pollutants. Small tanks. Pollutant diff pump, spelt wrong, but I will work with it. Pollutant vac pump. Okay. So we pop and drop the chip. Let it get on with its day. It closes. It shuts everything down. So the mode is idle because that's doing nothing and it's drawing very little power. Brilliant. Nitrogen diff pump. Nitrogen vac pump. Pop, drop, slop. Shuts. Still active. So this reckons there's enough nitrogen to be worth looking at, i.e. more than 1 mole in there. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. When that drops to 1 or below, that pump should go off, and it does. I don't know why it bounces back up again, but alright. So we might need some hysteresis in there to say when you turn on, stay on until, because otherwise that's going to get on my nerves. I do not know why that bounce is occurring. Yeah, okay, fine. We'll sort something out there, but that's a relatively easy job. I might have done, it's possible. Diff pump, nitrogen diff pump, nitrogen vac pump. Let's check the previous one. Diff pump, vac pump. I think we're okay. Checking again. Wouldn't actually matter, fortunately, because they both turn on and off at the same time. Don't worry, man. It's one of those things. I mess myself up occasionally too. Alrighty, so carbon dioxide pumps. CO2 diff pump. CO2 vac pump. This is probably going to turn itself off immediately. Yep, because there's no CO2 in there. Similar with oxygen. Oop, missed. O2 diff pump. O2 vac pump. Okay, this one's unhappy. And I'm not surprised, look at that. I've told it to be unhappy. I'm not sure I want it to be. They're just sitting there going, a medium oxygen filter and a heavy oxygen filter. And it's complaining because they're different. That's an interesting one. Alright. I might have to have a think about that. Do I actually want to rewrite the code a little bit so it can cope and say, well, they're different filters, but they're the same gas, so sorted. Have a think about that in 5 minutes. Go through, small tank, volatile diff pump. Volatile vac pump. Shut down. Okay. Right, let's have a brief sniff at the code. How could we sort this? Right, we've got plenty of code room, so whatever we do, not a problem. So right now we're just saying if the prefab hashes are different, it's an error. I could easily rewrite this so that it eats R0 and returns in, what do we say, R15, the gas type. Oof. Nana, how saucy are you feeling? Because we could do some indirect register work as well. That could get quite interesting as well. So, what I could do... You're a bit sick, but you're okay. Alright. So, let's try this. You see here where we're saying move into gas type. If I said RR15, ugh, you know, like we did earlier with the DR9, that's a device according to whatever's in register 9. We can also have a register according to whatever's in a different register. So let's put it in R9 just generally. Just for the sheer heck of it. Right. So if I move into R9, let's say 10, move, and load that. Bin this here. that's too silly. Move R0. 0. That can go like that. That can go like that. Right. Did I copy all of those? I did. So then we do this again. With a different register. So get read filter from slot 0, get gas type into register 10. And here read filter from slot 1, get gas type into register 11. I've just chosen 10 and 11 for no particular reason. Okay. Right. So now I can say branch not equal R10 and R11 to show error. And I can just change that to 15, which is my gas type that I want up the top anyway. So now I have a thing that says pick a filter, get a gas type from that filter, stick it into the register that you want to care about. Do the same for the other filter. Different gases. Fail. Otherwise, get your shit together. Confirm that. Steal the chip out of here, export it, put it back in again, switch that on. It gets on with its life. What's sick with you, Amanda? Are you having a bad day? Is something... Don't tell me you ate a bad prawn. I want to do that. Okay, stealing the chips, exporting them, dropping them back in there. Right, and maybe we've got one last. I just did the oxygen one, so that's fine. Just realised I didn't put the hysteresis code in while I was here. Right. That was something I wanted to do as well. So... Oof, minimum gas. Let's call this start gas, and we'll call that 2. Define stop gas 1. 4. Alright, it's come out as 4 moles. Right. We've got a slightly different way of doing things now. We find out the gas amount. And then next we will load into R0 the filter mode. Are we already switched on? Are we already on? And then select into to R0 from R0. If we're already on, we want to care about when it's time to stop. If we're not already on, we want to care about when it's time to start. How effective nowadays the 10-litre vacuum pumping? It's enough. Turbo pumps would probably do better if I actually had hectons of gas to play with. If I was on Mars, I'd definitely be running turbo pumps. So, I don't want to be doing that. I want to be doing that.
Power low.
Or do I? Doesn't really matter. It just doesn't matter. Right, so are we already on? If on, check time to stop. Else time to start. If gas amount is greater than either stop gas or start gas, depending on which one we've chosen, then R0 will be set to true and we turn ourselves on and off. Okay, confirm that. And once more we go down the bloody line and we update all the chips. With a vague hope that we've got the code the right way round, because one of the delights of doing that kind of code is getting your stop and start back to front. Yeah. I think I've got it right. Be able to tell in the nitrogen because it will stop. It'll stop flickering back and forth like a mad beast. Right, that's better. There we are. All right, back to the plot. So now, this will do very little until I start feeding it some gases. I can test it, but only if I've got some gaseous ice. Or some stuff to smelt. I don't think I've got anything. I've used it all. I could lob some carbon dioxide. Yeah, I could lob some coal into the chutes, and that may well produce a bunch. Hey, yeah, that was some CO2. All right. Right, so strangely enough, when you lob coal into things, when you smelt a bit of coal... Oh, we've got some oxygen as well. That was a surprise. Wasn't expecting any oxygen. Yeah, we got 5 moles of oxygen. 4 moles of nitrogen, 170 odd moles of CO2. That's actually rather more than I thought. 55 moles of pollutants. Wow, that's a lot of gas. So pollutants has woken up. Excellent. Nitrogen's woken up. Right, so nitrogen and oxygen should be the next ones to shut down when they get to 1 mole each. Although, why that bounce? 50 split. You got a heck ton of nitrogen in there, and it's going to take a while for me to make a difference on that one. Okay, we're getting some more nitrogen in here. Where's that coming from? Okay, it's been vacked out of there. Alrighty. Hey, Treadmore, how you doing? We're playing atmosphere games today. was hoping to play rocket games, and I may well still get to. Everything seems to be working. Seems to be. 6 moles of nitrogen, 4 moles of oxygen, and the numbers are dropping, although they're bouncing all over the place. Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. Well, the oxygen, what does it say? What do we got here? Processed input 3 moles, pressure differential 200 odd kilopascals, which is absolutely crap all, but it's about right. We got 200 kilopascals on the pipe in, and even if it's vacuum on the pipe out, that's the maximum we can get. Pump or regulator coming out to the filtration. There you go. Yeah. You're a little annoyed. Your chutes burn up because the furnace jacket over 100 to 700 degrees C. Oof. Why? That's unusual. Your chutes shouldn't burn up at that point, I don't think. Chute. Ordinary basic chute. Next to chute straight. Oh. Okay. Yeah. 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 Yes, tread more. We've got 1 on the filtered side, 1 on the waste side. The main problem is that our input pressure is absolutely cackle. But yeah, your chutes, I'm surprised your chutes burn up. I mean, what have I got in my furnace jacket? Heat jacket temperature 1700 degrees C. It's fine. My chutes is happy. Heat jacket pressure 251 kPa. What's the regular? Well, it's not a regulator, Treadmore. It's a vacuum pump. It's a volume pump, and it's just set to suck as hard as it can, so that the filter is always working on the input side against main pressure, and on the output side against as close to vacuum as I can get to it. Oh, what have you got it set to, Mana? Ooh. Yeah, I've got mine set to, 2 regulators, 249 on the input side, 251 on the output side, so it hovers around the 250 mark. 500, yeah, might be a bit high. I'm surprised your chutes melted at that point, though. I wouldn't have thought they'd have melted. Yeah, this just sits here. It's just like doesn't care anymore. What's the furnace temperature at? 2 kilokelvin. That's really quite warm. That's very warm. I could just melt some stellite from that. Anyhow, right, that's the atmospherics dealt with. They're doing their thing, and it is good. Right, this little Dickens over here. Do you think you're seeing the sunlight? Grid sunlight is true. Okay. That's fine. So must have just been in a bad mood earlier. Oh, you're yeah, with the modular consoles, it looks nice as pie. That does. Very jealous. I was running mods of any flavour. Yeah. Oh, man. See what I see? I see an eggy. I also see no chickens. Where are my drecking chickens? Do you guys just die for no apparent reason? Like you get old or something? God damn it. one egg. One. Not two, but one. For its entire lifetime, one of these chickens has laid an egg and the other hasn't. It's just... I mean... Ooh. Under 101 kPa, it does not insulate. Over some hundreds, it burns everything. Must continually regulating pressure in the room. Skurrus, yeah, I've got, like I say, pressure in, pressure regulator in, pressure regulator out. These are my potatoes. Quite a lot of them as well. It's a lot of potatoes. I've got some potato ski going on. Potatoes for the potato god. Is there a potato god? Probably going to be South American if there is. Right. Potato. Of course there's a potato god. What was I thinking? Ugh. Ah, yeah. Samwise Gamgee, god of taters. Right, how are we doing in here? 36 degrees, chicken doing a thing. I'm gonna lob some soybeans in there. Just, you know, those chickens are stupid. Right, hatch. How are we doing in the chicken hatching thing? We've got 6 eggs left. You guys are looking at a day per. I have a concern. Because it's not ridiculous hot in here, it's not ridiculous cold. But my chickens don't lay eggs. There's no shortage of food. I mean, there is an awful lot of food around here for chickens. But they do not reliably lay eggs before dying. Oh, all I can say for certain manner is that 250 is doing me alright on the moon and did me alright on Mars. Okay, what's the gas mix in here like? I'm going to call that a perfectly sensible mix. I don't like the pollutant at 0.001%, but it doesn't seem to be bothering anything. 26 degrees C. That's a little heat leakage from the hatchery where the chicken has already hatched. Alright. Out you go. Let's see if we can boot you out. Boot. 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 More booting. There you go. Right, go do your chicken thing. Hoppata hoppata. 13%, 13, 14. Right, our most decayed egg. That's you. Oof, ignition pressure. Ignition pressure? My. Oh, close the door. Close the door. Otherwise we'll just roost everything. Yeah, see, are you gonna eat? How do we tell when you've eaten? There's so much food around the place. Captain Nugget. Alright. Okay, I can't name it till it's grown up. So that's doing a thing, 37 degrees, occasionally showing minus 273 for no readily apparent reason. I honestly don't know why. For some reason, you find it unreasonably unusual that chickens have a lung slot at an auto-ignition temperature. Well, the auto-ignition temperature I'm glad of, because it means you can burn them to death with rocket engines if you have to. Amusing. Amusing is definitely a thing. I'm glad of the lung slot because they used to not. They used to not care about the gas that they were breathing, and thus they would wander around on the surface of the moon or Mars being fine, and there was nothing you could do about it. The pipe where you measure the temperature is vac. It's supposed to be the input pipe on the, possibly the output pipe on the air conditioner. Scurus. So one of the pipes attached to the air conditioner. So I'll change it to the output pipe and see what happens if it's the input pipe. The chicken nebula a short distance. Oh, that's not right. Poof! Wahoo! Chicken have sprung out of an egg. All right, you boot. Boot again. Boot. Nearly worked. Boot. Are you stuck in the door? Are you going to be perpetually stuck in the door? Oh no, you've got it. Right, okay. Actually, I can grind those, can't I now? I can go in the grinder. Right. Hatch. Thrive. Eat. Lay eggs. Excellent news, says Graham. Was it good news, everyone? Completed the vector library and tested it works. It's subscale dot cross normalize length scale up project vector vector build 2, 3, and 4 vectors. Nice. Yeah, Scurus, I can see if it's reading vacuum as minus 273, then yeah, I'll go outside and tweak the code a smidge. Chickens bred uncontrollably. Yeah, I got an HR Geiger thing going. I've got a room rather larger than this, ram jam full of chickens, absolutely, completely compacted with chickens. Yeah, they just floated. Did they just hung there, not dying? Immortal chickens of doom. Yeah, you really like a bird strike outside the atmosphere. It's got to be a. There's going to be a careful report on that one. Right, are you guys going to grow up? Want to get fatter? Chick again? Yes. Whoa! Hopping about. I'm going to close the door. One of them's going to escape otherwise. Oh, I don't know. In this game, I reckon chickens are 2 inches from demons. Possibly not even that. Yeah, man, I'm with you. I really am. Yeah, they're going to get fatter, and would you reckon chickens just get heart attacks and die, maybe? Maybe I'm feeding them too much. No, surely not. Can I use the medical scanner on a chicken? Horrible screenshots on Steam by players with eggs and chickens everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, I never actually took any of mine. I should have done, because it was a proper aliens moment. Play Breath Edge and you'll never doubt a chicken again. What the heck's Breath Edge, man? There's a context I've got for that. It's not a game. Come on, one of you's got to get fatter sometime soon. Maybe you don't like wheat that's been left on the floor for a while. That might be it. A very silly space survival craft. Okay, fine. Yep, I'm in. If you're willing to slap it in the suggestions channel, if someone hasn't already. As silly space survival crafter, I mean, let's face it, we're all looking for Kitten Space Program. Guys, really? How long are you going to be little chicks for? It has an immortal chicken. Ooh. That's marginally concerning. I'm just standing here in the corner waiting for chicks to get fatter. How long is this shit going to take? Alright, in the meantime, we want to think about rocket printers. Rocket. Now these are the ingredients of a rocket. That's fine. Rocket printer? Rocket manufacturer? Here we go. Kit rocket manufacturing. Iron, gold and copper. That's less complex than I was thinking. And it can make all manner of stuff. Nice. Rocket launch tower. Oh yes, that's what we're looking for. There's a rocket base, rocket launch pad. Rocket launch tower seems to be where it's at. Rocket stairwell? Stairwell. Ooh. Okay, so launch pad. Let's launch tower. No, that's not quite it. I want a base, a thing that I can put a rocket on. Nothing obvious. Launch mount. Ah, yeah, that looks like a thing. Right, steel sheets, and it needs. Oh, right, it needs 60 steel to make one. That's reasonable. Ah, it got big while I wasn't looking. I suppose that's not surprising. Right. Captain Nugget. Nice. Do we have a name for our other chicken? Almost got your entire moon scanned. 3 medium batteries. Woof. Wow. Okay, so really a lot of electric required. Okay, that's fair enough. I am enjoying my spicy chili and couscous. It is good food. Right, Captain Nugget. How do I tell whether Captain Nugget is eating and will thus lay an eggy? Hopping around like a mad beast. I mean, I could try and put all the food on a shelf or something. I don't know. What can I tell about chickens? Chicken. Not paintable. Okay, they have a brain, apparently. Thermal radiation, a certain amount. Solar heating. Thermal convection. So they are warm. Auto ignition, 300 degrees C. Flash point, 100 degrees C. Kind of concerning. But no other information. Egg. Hatch requires an incubation between 35 and 45 degrees C, and I think that 45 is a little inaccurate these days. Hatch into a chick. If the egg is exposed to temperatures below 0 degrees, it'll no longer be viable. What that means is, if it's exposed to temperatures below 0 degrees and is on the floor, otherwise you can stick it in a Drecken fridge and it's fine. Probably gas, Graham. Probably. I'm going for a nice simple rocket for starters. Okay, so decent sized fuel tank, large number of batteries. Hey Tyler! Going okay? Trying to work out why I don't... Why, I was going to say why one of my chickens has vanished. Right, what name do we want for the other chicken? We've got Captain Nugget. Major crime? Corporal punishment? Oh, Tyler, that's just harsh. Major crime, corporal punishment, private parts. Five kilomoles gas fuel for one. Oh, that's going to be a lot of gas. Alright, I got to get myself a lot of gas then. Alright, so we've got a captain.
High pressure.
There we are. Captain Nugget and Major Crime. I've got some military chickens. And lots and lots of soybeans and wheat about the place. Okay. Maybe they want sweet corn. Maybe I like corn better. I mean, apparently chickens are... They've corn, chickens, corn. Right. Let's go build ourselves one of these rocket manufactories and see how much steel we can put together. Oh, solar storm. I probably do not want to be out in this. What am I talking about? I definitely don't want to be out in this. I want to be in this. I need more power production. Yeah. Need more gas production more than anything else. Build your lower fuselage with gas tanks. Packs 15 MPa. So chicken food got at what? Really? Oh. Not what we want. I'm actually going to check around the hab to make sure there isn't a chicken hanging about the place. Well, there isn't, so that's okay. Alright. Oh, hang on. No, it's downstairs these days. I moved it. Oop. Ha ha ha! There we go. No solar storm will roast me to death. Oh, yep. They did indeed. A lot of chicken food. Right. A little while ago, something bad happened, and I managed to vent a bunch of air straight through the airlock and throw these guys out onto the surface of the moon. I've left them in the airlock all that time. I'm just waiting to see if they're actually going to decay properly. And if they are, I'm going to turn them into charcoal by means of various decayed food grinding gubbins. Oh, man. Okay, look, I closed the shutters, but I didn't put shutters on the ceiling. Ah, yeah, that would be it. Wait. Yep, Manor, that is the plan. There's gonna be a weather station and thing. Probably gonna put a weather station on the roof, but right now I didn't put them on the ceiling, which was dim, and I haven't put them on the rest of the walls. Probably also dim. Yeah. It's toasty warm in here. It's not ridiculous. We're still holding the temperature down. Oh. That's another goat bites the dust. Right. Okay, so supposed to make a lot more shutters. Shutter. Opposite window shutter. What do we need? A kit, 2 steel, 1 solder. Ooh, okay, and the auto lathe. Solder. I'm surprised. Look on the bright side, yeah, Aliana. That's yeah. I got lots of bright side at the moment. I got no shortage of bright side. Coming out of my cage, I'm feeling just fine. I could get in the shower. I wonder if my water's getting.
We shall celebrate this tonight with takeout Chinese.
Well, probably not tonight, but sometime soon. There's definitely be takeout Chinese. Absolutely. Right. Come on, go away, Storm. I want to go outdoors and not get irradiated.
Coffee.
Thank you, Spirit.
You're well.
I am doing rather well, thank you, Spirit.
Hunger caution.
I am wondering what is wrong with my grow light code, which appears to have switched the grow lights off during this delightful solar storm episode, when I am fairly sure that the solar rig should be picking up the idea that it's
Wasted
day.
caution.
Oh my, okay. .29 degrees C in here, it's quite warm. It's not got ridiculous yet. Cable burned, possible. No, it's just something screwed up somewhere. Hello, hello. How you doing? Chicken nugget flambe. Well, yeah, we're still holding it down. 28 degrees C. It's not switching it. It's not switching right. What's supposed to happen is that during the day, when the sun is up, the lights are on. And then the moment it goes to night, the lights turn off for a length of time determined by this darkness timer here. And then stay off accordingly. Storm is over, yeah. See, I'm wondering whether the daylight sensor is messing my head up and saying, oh no, there's no daylight, it's just a solar storm. Right, you're picking potato seeds. That's fine, which is what you should be doing. Now you're picking potatoes. So you're doing as you're supposed to do. Right. Right, well, we're going to have a look. Where did I leave the code? I think I left the code under this all here. Let's use the black laptop. The black laptop. Import that. You go back in your slot. Right. If I remember right, this is incredibly noddy. I mean, really ridiculously stupid. So we have a daylight sensor, a darkness time dial, and a grow light object. Start. Set the darkness time dial to maximum darkness. And yeah, okay, so we set its maximum to 500 and its current setting to 300, which is a sensible default. Get the hash from the grow light object, and then we are on day. Set batch for grow lights to be on. Okay, the day loop. Yield. Load. Whether the daylight sensor is activate. Do we have some sun? Daylight sensor. Dish. Mode vertical prefab hash activate solar angle solar irradiance. Okay. Could probably put that as to whether the solar irradiance is 0, whatever. Sensor in shadow, yeah, I think that's where we might be at, Skurrus. Is the daylight sensor activated? If it is not 0, then we go to the day loop. Round and round and round, cause it's day. It has suddenly gone to 0. Now it must be night. Set the grow lights off. Load the time dial setting. How many ever seconds we're going to be for darkness. Go to sleep for that long. And then turn the grow lights on again. And assume that it is still night. Load the daylight sensor if it is active. If it is equal to 0, then it is night. This is not exactly rocket science. So I think Skurrus is pretty much bang on the money that our daylight sensor must be in a silly place. Right. Storm's over. Open the shutters. We could also use the solar irradiance value. There it is. Okay, so it's definitely switched off. Yeah, I think the problem is it's not seeing the daylight till afternoon. Close the helmet, switch my gubbins back on. Still 27 degrees indoors, but I think the air conditioner's going to be able to dump that. Check the air conditioner output pipes. 4 megapascals of nitrogen at 78 degrees C. Dropping gently. Yeah, so it'll be able to deal with that. What's the efficiency like at the moment? It's pretty good. Pressure efficiency is a mere 88%. Does that mean it wants more pressure in these tanks? I suppose we can give it more. Right, either way, let's go and have a look at this daylight sensor. So, daylight sensor is on green by the look of things. And yeah, it is solidly facing the sunset. That's not necessarily a good idea at all. Magic glasses. Oh, magic glasses are set for rocks at the moment. No good. Magic glasses need to be set for wires. How's my chooks doing? 1 chicken, 2 chicken. On the patch notes, added solar heating factor. This expresses how quickly the sun will heat up the internal atmosphere of an object. Yep. Yeah, man. I'm just looking at this and thinking this is the wrong orientation. So, possibly just flip it onto the top of this plate here. Possibly move it so that it can definitely see the sunrise. Possibly put two of them, although that might involve a certain amount of shenanigans trying to get the green wire to be somewhere. Also, I think my...
That's a moon.
It is a moon, Johnny. Yeah, I'm glad we're doing... Everybody's doing beautifully with their moon recognition these days. I'm delighted, I really am. Right, let's just try that. See how that goes. Of course, now the chip indoors is going to be having fun because we've taken away its sensor and put it back again. That's the greenhouse daylight sensor. You're all on green. What should your next Python project in rocketry so you can keep going further into rocketry? Okay, Graham, what is your current Python project in rocketry? Where have you been so far? Oh yeah, that's two purrs in a row we've got today. This is it's pretty cool. Come back. IMU with a Kalman filter. IMU. Inertial Maneuvering Unit? And how's your orbital simulation going? Close or in inertial measuring unit. Okay, cool. Right, yep. So... maybe I'm being dim here. You're trying to build, what, an Apollo-style rig in Python. Johnny, I would say both cats and dogs are too good for the humans in their general vicinity. Humans are just rude, and both the pussycats and the doggos are too nice to us. They really are. What is that? Probably part of the shutter rig, isn't it? Okay, so I need 1 million more shutters. My shutters are on red at the moment. And red does not have a daylight sensor. Pink does, and green does. Gertrude the Worm. Oh my. Okay. Well, to be brutally honest, from a worm's point of view, I'm fairly certain that a lot of cats and dogs are at an ideal environment, if nothing else. So, I could easily run a red line up to the top here, put a daylight sensor on that, stick a chip on the wall down there somewhere. Probably in that slot around there, to run the shutters according to the daylight irradiance. You Mr. Floofers, what happened to them? They still back at home, and you're not allowed floofs where you are. 100 grams of steel, we got a lot of steel. That's fine. Constantan, we got solder. Alright, so we want a bunch more shutters for the ceiling. Can we link them through into the chickenarium? It'll be a little tricky to get the hatchery plated up. This wall here is not shutters, but we might be able to... will the shutters link to an outside corner? They must do. Be a bit dim if they didn't. Right, so many more shutters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25 and 12, 16, 19, 21, 23. 23 and 25 is less than 50, but not by much. Oop. Bar of steel, bar of solder. Right, shutter. Opposite window shutter. Uh-oh. Oh dear. So way away. Not likely to allow it, so don't be entirely too pleased. We're living in a student dorm. Truth. Apartment building inside the city and back home they have a whole kingdom. Yeah, no, you don't want to be doing that. The activate field is still 1 during a solar storm. Yeah, I thought it would be. It's the kind of thing that should stay consistent. Emerald, how you doing? Is all well with the Emerald? So shutters require a cable coil, a plastic sheet, and a glass sheet. Oh, bottoms. So we're going to have to make a bunch of those as well. Do I have any cable to hand? Some. Glass and plastic sheets? Not enough. Right, okay. You're going to have to make 1,000,000 shutters. Emerald is PlayStationers too! Yay! Uh-oh, watching all the new game stationers. I'm so sorry, mate. I really am. Yeah, goes from 1,400 to 5,000. Yeah, almost exactly 4 times. I was going to basically stick a thing in there that says if it's over 2k or so, then it's time to do the shutters. Okay, shutters stack to 10. Well, alright, that's not too bad. Given that I want damn near 50 of the things. Empty. Not empty. Portable air conditioner. And pipe radiators. Eggshells. It's fun, says Emerald. I'm glad of that. I'm hoping it's marginally informative as well, but you never know. Iron and biomass. Excellent. We want some biomass. Biomass is what we're going to turn into charcoal, and charcoal is what we're going to use to filter our water. How do you present or so under 2's complement? 745 thing. Well, I would actually be using at that point one of these things. Oh, Emerald's done a subscribe. What is it? Binas. Baps. There we go. Right, branch approximate is where I'd be at, Johnny. There you go. So if absolute A minus B is less than maximum C max abs A B float epsilon times 8. Which is obviously a very useful equation with extreme excellence in it, and roughly translates as or so. Thank you so much, Emerald. How can we make your life more delightful? And I could just talk a lot more nonsense, but that's kind of going to happen anyway, I suspect. Cable. Cobble coil. Oh no, we don't have very much copper going on. Quick, visit the smeltonarium, the smeltery. What's it like in here? It's pretty stinky because it's smelt. 8 grams of copper, 50 grams of copper. I'll do. Look at my beautifully organized floor. It's covered in ingots. Copper, bit more copper. I'll do the thing, Emerald. I'll do it. Johnny, I do my level best to provide answers where they are available. And if you have a deep philosophical question, okay. Solar irradiance does indeed drop to 0 when not hit by the sun. Excellent. So we should be able to do things like proportional to the amount of power coming in. Ooh, that's handy. When I am on a long flight, do I use my beard to cover my eyes using a headband? Do I use my beard to cover my eyes? Well, like that. Unfortunately, it's not actually very much of a light blocker. And it covers the face. I can do a whole Cousin It thing, but it doesn't hide anything. It's entirely see-through. So now, when I'm on a long flight, Johnny, mostly I read a book. A lot of the time, I do just sit there not sleeping because I've never really been very good at it. How many's in here? 4 more. I've probably got too many now, but that's okay. What do we need? Glass plates. Was it glass plates? Plastic sheets and glass sheets. Alright. Plastic sheets. Yeah. I probably want to feed some more silicon in. Yep, I've got none of that there. They mostly come at night. Mostly. Yeah. That's how it is. Doesn't seem to have a range. 1400 during the day, 5600 during a storm, and 0 if it's dark. But using those numbers, 1400, 5000 and odd, this should allow us to work out charge rates on our batteries. So we can sit there and say, I've got so many panels. I suppose you just look at the wattage though. The wattage coming off the panels. Yeah, it's already done. Oh, you stop. Yeah, go to sleep. How you doing? Oh. A deep one, says Graham. Why do we neglect what we were born to inherit and made to inherit the solar system? Made to inherit a small cave in the back of Africa, but hey. Yeah, more about literally anything else. We've forgotten the times we slept staring upon the sky. Yep. Graham, the best answer I've got for that one is humans are a bit shit, really. We are very good at short term, will this help me survive until tomorrow? We are very bad at, will this help my grandchildren survive? Or even, will this help me survive in 10 years' time? Astonishingly poor at recognizing an advantage to the collective, shall we say, which is a disadvantage to us personally, or worse, an advantage to the collective which is neutral to us personally. The one that has always struck me as ridiculous is people complaining that what's the right word here? Wind turbines. Electric wind turbines spoil their view. Like, I'm looking out over the valley and all I can see is bloody wind turbines. It ruins the view. Great. What do you think ruins the view more, a wind turbine or a coal-powered fire station? And which one chokes your grandchildren? Amana, you do not need anything except the do furnace bit at the bottom. And you can replace all the DR9s with a D0 if you prefer it that way. And you get people saying, oh, they kill birds. Yeah, they destroy birds. It's like, show me a single shred of evidence where that's actually true. There's a number of studies that say things like they don't actually destroy birds. What happens is, well, you made that up. And yeah, oh yeah, they completely destroy the migratory pattern of the fish-edged plover. Like, really? We'll put them somewhere else then. The US complained to Canada about the smell from the wildfires. Wow, that's pretty special. That's quite special, actually. Right, see if we can get this. Oh dear, can we? We can. Right, let's plate our ceiling with shutters. One stack. Two stack.
Hunger critical.
Oh my, alright, fine, I'll have a potato in a second. Nearly done. In this room, at least. Don't know what to do about the shower. I'm going to leave it for now. Right. Are these walls? Are these complete? Well, looks like they are. Okay. Alright. Right. Get a potato before we... Potatoes. Yep. Boil them, mash them, put them in a stew. Remember to close the fridge. Chomp. Oh, I don't know. And you've got a certain Trumpelstiltskin of our acquaintance complaining that climate change is a hoax to make American goods unprofitable. What? And I can't even work out the logic of how that's supposed to work. Oh yes. Over 4 decades, hundreds of science bunnies of various types and different countries have conspired together to make up a beautifully documented and continually updated hoax about how the planet is warming, and also, while they're at it, created hectons of data from every thermometer in the world in order to make American goods less profitable. How does that even work? Oh, I shouldn't rant so much. No, I should. I should rant a lot, actually. I'm going to rant a lot. Now, like the woods summer months are the best time of year to spend outdoors, recreating, enjoying time with the family, and creating new memories. But this wildfire smoke makes it difficult to do all these things. Wow. Yeah, I mean, because clearly those wildfires are on purpose. Somebody spent a lot of time putting those wildfires together and in order to mess up American holidaymakers or something. I worked for a guy a little while ago. I say worked for, he was our producer on a game. He's a nice guy, just not quite with it in some areas. And he was a little perturbed when we put in our estimates for writing code bug fixing time. You know, there's going to be some bugs in this code, we're going to have to fix it. And he sat us down and said he had this really clever idea, which I may have mentioned before. That couldn't we, instead of writing code with bugs in and then scheduling time to fix them, couldn't we just write the code without the bugs in the first place? I mean, just, you know, a suggestion. Maybe we could try it, see how it went. And all of us looked at him with a look that was like, we know you're trying to be helpful here. You believe that that is a helpful suggestion? And we had to sit him down and explain to him what bugs were, why a bug was a thing that needed fixing rather than we could just not put it in. Alright. But yeah, poor lad. Okay. Composite window, angle grinder. Oh my, that's a special window, right? So now, how do I tell? No, that's not going to work. One of these buttons. Ooh, not that one. One of these buttons is going to help. There we go. That one. And then that one lets me put the shutters at the right angle. And I don't think I have enough glass to do the chickens yet. But I believe if I hit this button, everything all retracts at once. Wonderful. That's how it should be. Should have gone to politics. Oh man. Qualified for Congress? Congress, the opposite of progress. Congress, digress. Ingress, egress. Why is there only one chicken in here? Where is Captain Nuggets? Major Crime is here. Major Crime is fine. But Captain Nugget is gone. Vanished. Do I know about Starship? A little bit. Not much. I have seen a bunch of the what's the right word? Oh, you reckon Captain Nugget committed a major felony? I thought that was what Major Crime was doing. Lucky he didn't find corporal punishment. Okay, I'll go get a drink of water and a mow. Right. Oh, I can still plate the inside here as well. Okay, alright. Where's my top note? Not there. Ooh. There. Hang on a moment. What? Propaganda. Oh. Would I be open to streaming a launch of the Starship thing? I think that might be treading on some people's toes a little bit if I did. There's definitely some people who make that their major shtick. Plus the timing might be interesting. I got no objections to it. I was just wondering about the logistics. And I believe they don't necessarily launch at, shall we say, UK-friendly times. Them being, you know, them foreign types, what live in foreign parts. Colonials. Ugh, get out of my feet, chicken. Yeah. It might be workable. Depends. Which one's Starship? I must admit, I've kind of lost track as to who's bossing this job at the moment. Because there is a muskrat involved somewhere. I can't remember which company he's with. And we used to have Richard Branson in there as well, but I'm marginally... I thought he dropped out because of stuff, maybe things also. Cable coils. 1, 2, and 3, and plastic. Glass. We are definitely running low on. That's a little bit weird, but whatever. Okay, so we've got our shutters in place. What kind of walls have wires in the frames? These ones do. These are shutters. So that I can do that when the sun becomes more problematic. Walls bugged by the feds, also true. Yeah. Now I am always grinning like a ninny at the American embassy that was built in East Germany. And the chaps involved took a contract from the lowest bidder, as they were expected to do. And very surprised that a Russian company bid so low to build the American embassy. And then were horrified to discover a little while later that the very fabric of the building was filled with listening devices. Branson pulled out when there were no more virgins. Ooh, my. Starship is the SpaceX rocket and the Muskrat owns SpaceX. Yeah, that sounds about right. I used to be delighted with Elon Musk as a financer of innovation. His claim to be the genius inventor behind it all was utter bollocks from minute one, of course, but he hired people who were very clever. And that worked out mostly very well. And then the ketamine ate his brain. And he turned into somebody who I wouldn't put out if he was on fire. I'm terribly sorry there, Elon, but right now, if you were burning in front of me, I would not waste the piss to put you out. It would not be... It would actually be destructive to the human race to stop you burning to death. And that's a rotten shame. The guy who could have ended world hunger at a stroke was offered the chance to end world hunger at a stroke and turned it down. It's just... what kind of person does that? Sits there, somebody says, he says to people, if you could end world hunger for 6 billion, I could just do it. And the World Health Organization were like, what, really? Well, shit. Put together a plan for 6 billion, presented it to him, and he was just like, nah. Ooh. As a legacy goes, that is the one I think he should be remembered for. And Bill Gates started off software thief. And I say that really solidly on the interwebs, with the interwebs listening. Bill Gates, you are a thief. You stole somebody's operating system and you sold it for profit to someone else, having duped the guy into giving you a license. Very rude. Very rude. Should not have been... legally, that should not have been possible. But it was, and it was legal. But rude. These don't look right. I'm missing plastic? No. Okay. So let's pull the trigger over here, see what we get. All the shutters close down. All the shutters do close down, except these shutters don't, because I haven't given them any glass. But later on in his life, I won't say it saw the error of his ways, but the legacy of Mr. Gates is very likely to be a chap who put an awful lot of money into killing malaria, amongst other things. Bit of a dick in his youth, got better. Muskrat. I want to get to Mars before he does. Because if his lot turn up there, it's going to be unpleasant. Right, that looks like the shutters are dealt with. At least from the hardware side. We need some room for automation, which I think will fit in this slot here. Yep, no shortage. Plenty of room for automation in there. And we need a daylight sensor on the red line, such that we can hook into it. So let's put us some red wire while we can. Can sit there. Okay, that'll be easy. One chip, one daylight sensor. And I could put a comparator and all that, but it's probably easier to do in software. What would I need? I need a logic reader to read the daylight sensor, solar irradiance, a comparator to say is it more than 2000, and then a logic writer to write that to the shutter control, so it's not too bad. Oh, and a memory. Despite the owner, the people at SpaceX are some really respectable people. Oh yeah, I've got no beef with SpaceX qua SpaceX at all. I think they are doing fine work. Sweet dreams, Johnny. Catch you later. At an opportune moment, I will catch a pussycat and we can listen to it purr. John is tired of the number go up era. We're investing about cashing, ratcheting up, hype. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah. Well, hell, we were there for FVR, weren't we? That was an experience. I wonder what's going on there right now, apart from slowly watching the company go down the toilet. I don't know. Maybe they are thriving and having an awesome time and parties and pizza and... yeah, I doubt it. More glass sheets. Everywhere I looked there were more glass sheets that I didn't have to print. Hey ho. Sensor. That comes out of the electronics printer. Sensors. And we need more gold because we need another integrated circuit. Yeah, I think another integrated circuit is probably the easiest way. Now FXR. Oh, well, fair enough. Pizza, reasonable. Parties that leave a bad taste in the mouth. Dear oh dear. Rocks, what are you putting in your mouth? I mean, if the pizza is tasting good but the people at the parties aren't, maybe they should wash more. Also, why are you eating the people at the parties? Don't answer that. Just don't answer that. Integrated circuit. One of them. Party snackos. Oh, we're talking cheese footballs and cheese what's-its. That's a thing. That kind of food at parties definitely goes weird. It's my party and I'll eat who I want to. Eat who I... yeah. Beat who I want to. Meet who I want... yeah, we could make that one work, Joe. That's workable. A housing. Shonk. Never put people in your mouth. Never know where they've been and whether they were hygienically prepared. I cannot speak to my own experiences in that area without really saying way too much. But yeah, there are times when one has to wash one's vegetables. Let's go with that. Silence is golden. Yeah, well, it is something as said by the Buddha. Do not speak unless you can improve upon silence. I'm down with that. Okay, so somewhere around here is a red cable waiting to have a daylight sensor put on it. That'll be this one. Tonk. And you can have the name Shutter Daylight Sensor. Nice. Turn the magic glasses off. Put the naming thing away. Oh, I know what we're going to do. We haven't done one of these for ages. We're going to go through the airlock. I'm going to do a roll call while we're doing the airlock. Ah, yeah. Are we ready? Dish, here we go. Start at the top. We have John Nargodian. We have Aliana Flynn, Bombay with a Y, Captain True, Damon 1977, Dean C2K, Deirdre Sky, Emerald 1979, Finn 78, Graham 23551, Hex 86, Rocks Girl Hot, Ivana Piranha, Kauda, Leon Sadness, Levi from the West, Manna from the Way, Morbus 1234, Noxictonic Online, damn it, got me first. Online Spirit, Pathalon, Shakal Maru, good name, Skurus, or Snow White Dahlia. Dahlia, dear heart, mwah, I blow you kisses and think monstrously mischievous thoughts in your direction. Not that I'll be able to do anything about them, but hey, they're good thoughts to think. Treadmore and Zombhack82. Zombhack. It's like, yeah, you going in there with a machete? Do it. Back to the thing. We used to do an airlock roll call every time, but it started to get impractical. It's still impractical, but sod it, we're going to try anyway. Yeah. And every so often, one gets a lovely surprise. If I quoted the odds, that could have been racing results. Okay. So do you reckon I should knock up something that gives odds against all you guys for something or other? I mean, what are we betting on? Are you running? Probably not. Who's going to get eaten first by zombies? Also less likely. I mean, all manner of possibilities here. What do you reckon we're betting on? What odds are we working on there? Alrighty. So this one is going to be some absolutely noddy code. Random fun. Okay, so we could assign a lottery number to each one of you lot. I did actually, John. Rock crushing video. That was rocky and crushy. That was. It was not entirely my jam because I'm looking at it going. They've crushed the rocks. Now they're crushing some more rocks. I could kind of guess what was going to happen in episode 2, if you see what I meant. But yeah, it was a diversion. Absolutely fine. Did I drool at the videos? Not really. No, if I'm going to drool at videos, they tend to have Angelina Jolie in them. Or Joanna Lumley. Or Honor Blackman. I mean, there's a certain pattern here. Right. This is going to be a very, very noddy piece of code. Alias sensor on D0. Alias shutters on D1. Define accent at, what do we say, 2000. Start. Set shutters on to 1. Let's make sure composite shutter controller has some logic. Open, on, lock, all that jazz. Okay, fine. Loop. Yield. Load into R0. Sensor. Solar irradiance. Meh. Wah. Going a lovely. Damn straight, John. Gotta make a digital clock with a daylight sensor and the new LED interface. Yes. Would it keep time? Sort of. What do you want it to do, John? Because I can certainly have it go blip, blip, 1, 2, 3, 4, count the time up. But I wouldn't need a daylight sensor. I could just make it, I mean, the daylight sensor would be just to correct the time to say it's dawn. Oh, man, away is was that the arc furnace that works? Lower the pressure of the furnace jacket to 200 kPa, shoot no longer burn. Yes. Hours since last solar storm? Yeah, totally doable. I could count any time you wanted, basically. But transferring to 24-hour clock. How would we get the scaling factor? Well, that's the thing. What do we use as a scaling factor? Because on the moon, daylight comes around every 2 weeks, give or take, roughly 14 days. It's not quite 14 days, but close enough for jazz. So what would we put? Yeah, you know, you got your 28-day cycle of the moon going dark and bright, dark and bright. That's kind of an orbital thing, and because the moon's tidally locked, as it goes around, that's how it rotates as well. Okay, so we've loaded the solar radiance into R0, set if greater than into R0 if R0 is larger than our max sun. Set shutters. Actually, we want less than. Shutters should be open if it's less than max sun. Open to R0 and then jump to loop. Done. Export. Pop you in the slot. Confuse the chip. Sensor, composite window, fridge, shutter, daylight sensor, composite window, shutter controller. Wake up. Alright. Okay. Put the plate back on the wall. Oh, put the wall back on the wall first. Where'd I put the wall? Ah, in my pocket, right. Iron wall. I really should have gone and got a decent wall while I was at this. But I didn't. Hey ho. There you go, see little bits of chip through it. Oh man, that's manky. The moon is moving 3 inches away from us each year. Yeah, that makes rubbish. So, you know, in 100 years from now, you'll have to go like, oh man, you'll have to go 50 extra yards to get to the moon.
That's moon.
Scale it to the time cycle of the plants. Everything works. Mana? Okay, so have you got your rocket mining for you? That's a thing to do. Okay. Things we have done in silly games like this when we have won the apocalypse. Playing 7 days, we built a 1/5 scale model of the Pyramid of Cheops in a Las Vegas style. The moon units, when I last ran this game as multiplayer, built a massive casino dome. Spotting a pattern forming there. And had various games of chance inside it, also involving racing Amy robots around the edge, which was quite fun. And yeah, another rocket to make. You've got to have a mining rocket now. There you go. Nice. I want to see a moon sphinx.
Power low.
Build us a moon sphinx. Do art. we're doing a whole bunch of, you know, mechanics and engineering at the moment. Put some art. Plants have a light time and a dark time. They've expected amount. Yeah, it's true. And I could definitely put a clock on here. The daylight sensor, daylight timer for the lights is currently just saying, you know, sleep for however many seconds. Actually, I want it to be 360, not 300, but I could easily put a clock on the wall there. Undercover Mario. It's a you, Mario. You look exactly like this guy you found by searching for Stationeer streamers. Whoa, dude. Is it like totally the same? Could we be utterly twins? Do our voices sound the same as well, Mario? Yeah. That's a thing that could happen, but it's a little coincidental. You should look for ancient, not Babylon, Sumeriologists or whatever. What's his name? As well. I'm trying to find. Yeah, you should look for Assyriologists as well, and keepers of coffee. Thank you. Philologists, Assyriologists, and keepers of Mesopotamian scripts, as well as stationeers. A clone. Well, there are 17 of me, last count. 3 of us are female, and I tell you, that gets a little weird. Right. We've got shutters. We've got a sensor. So, is that... Sorry, mate. Yep, that's the bunny, John. Yeah, if you want clones, Irving Finkel, he's one of ours. Same test tube, I tell you. So Mario, are you a bit of a stationeer yourself? Is this your jam? Do you hang around on the moon and cause trouble? I'm going to check the chooks. 1 chicken left. Lay an egg. I will kick you until you lay an egg. Lay an egg. I'm rude to my chickens. Then again, they're rude to me. Your mate died without laying an egg. Just died. Don't know why. You're bad at the game, but you do play it. Don't bad. What is bad? Are you enjoying it? If so, then you're winning. Yeah, there's a lever for doing that, Rox, but actually, yeah, of course, the automation will override it. I mean, I could also put it that the shutters close when it's night. But I like to look out at the stars. Yeah. 300 hours in the past month. Oh my. That's, Okay, Mario, I've got to say a thing here. 300 hours in 1 month. If that's accurate, that's a lot of hours, because there's about 167 hours in a week. 300 hours would be damn near 2 weeks solid in a month, which is about 4 weeks, which means you're putting 50% of your time-ish into stationeers. Maybe you should sleep and eat as well? I mean, it's just a suggestion, your choice, but I'd have gone with eating food. A thing, yeah. Yeah, I mean, as Emerald says, time well spent. It's a damn fine idea. Stationeers is an awesome game. Eat and play at the same time. Multitasking. Wow. You got talents. You call yourself disabled. I'm putting you ahead of half the bloody populace at this point. Right. I'm also going to make some more batteries. Looking at my batteries there, and I'm seeing some batteries. Oh, hang on. Someone's pressed a button. Undercover Mario, I see you. I respect your join. Thank you, dear chum. Also, did you see the questions? You've got to do your homework now. What part of the world do you call home? We're not asking, like, you know, for an address or something, but a continent. A continent is good. And what local delicacy are you going to feed us when we turn up for lunch? Because we're the kind of people who do unexpectedly turn up for lunch. That said, we expect you to unexpectedly turn up for lunch. So what should we feed you when you do that? Right, gonna need a little more cable, I'm sure. Battery, large, copper and electrum. Dish. Copper, it's all over the floor over here, isn't it? Nephilim, right? Yes, you're real. Thank God for that. Such a good name. I'm thinking either you're a bot who's chosen two really good words to go together, or you're an actual human. Oh, dude, Nephilim. If you watch the Mark IV furnace video, I am delighted to say that, delighted with that. It's always a good thing to hear that someone's having it work for them. I am also hoping to kick off a new one sometime soon and put together a video for the Mark V and onwards, which is a perfectly acceptable furnace. Just a lot more efficient than the Mark IV. Lovely to have you along. The first one, yeah. This was the auto furnace rather than the simple furnace for the Terrified, I hope. Or could be either way. The current furnace, the 25. Yeah. Oh, hello. What are you doing here, you little nugget? Hello. 3 tanks, gorgeous efficiency, so I rarely have to go gas mining, because I am so lazy. What are we melting? Oh, a mix of electrum and solder. Yeah, that sucks. Is it back? Yeah, right, you have to go through the grinder again. No, I haven't made a video for it. The codes are on Steam if you want to try them. It's not much different. Rox is out to lunch. Excellent. Okay. Now catching up. Mario is from West Virginia. Mountain Mama. Gonna make pepperoni rolls. Okay, nice. And currently dying because you're on a serve with a friend. Your sleepers aren't working. Go, scamper for it. Catch you later, matey. And so good to have you with us. I'll be back. We will talk more nonsense at another time. Pepperoni rolls. I am intrigued. And Nephilim, as ever, if you're having trouble coding, say, I will do my best to answer any questions you have, because answering, we should teach each other. Doesn't matter what circumstance we're in, people should teach each other. And I should be able to help with almost any situation. I've been doing this, oh God, what is it? Not quite 40 years, but you know. Kevek, I see you, dear fellow. How you doing? Morning, he says. Morning. with his time of the place in the world. I don't know. Oh. So what's in West Virginia? I only know the song Country Roads Take Me Home to the place where I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country roads. Feel like you should know more, considering the host of server grade. Oh well, why? Do you need to know the equations, the gas equations that govern the internal combustion engine in order to drive your car very successfully? Not really. And it's nice to know them, but it doesn't make a blind bit of difference. You don't need to know the alloying of the steel in your engine. Still drive the car. Melbourne Cup public holiday where Kervik's at. Ah, bullshit excuse not to work. Nice. Ah, is it time to stick another prawn on the Barbie? Good on that part. A few years ago, you built a Chevy S10 with a V8 engine. Oh, nice job. Oof, I've never actually built a V8. Straight 4, straight 6. I've worked on a V12. Didn't build it. That was when the Jag was having a bad day. I say the Jag, the XJ6 was having a bad day and needed fettling. I'm currently driving an X-Type, which is more a BMW than a Jaguar. It really is. Had to take a hammer to the fire. What? Why? What? Why? What happened? Damn. If you knew the gas equations and the alloys, you might be able to drive your car more efficiency. I'm not sure you could. I don't think knowing those equations would make a blind bit of difference to the ability to drive your car. I could be wrong, but, you know... hang on. You had to take a hammer to the firewall because it's not meant to go in there. I'm not quite sure what the "it's" is at this point. Manna, go to bed, curl up, get comfy, do a big old snooze. I'm supposed to say something like I'll come join you later, but whatever, whatever works for you. S10 was a V6 truck. Anytime. I hope it was useful to you, and if it was, awesome. Tell your friends, tell your enemies, whatever. If it wasn't, you are allowed to say so. You're allowed to say that's not my jam, and no one's going to be upset. Ah, right. The firewall was in the wrong place. I understand. Yeah. Yeah. 1.5 hours across the pond. Yeah, you know, I'll be across at some point anyway. It'll happen. And yeah, then there'll be snoozing. It'll be a good idea. Right, what was I going to do? I was going to work out what this battery needed. Battery. Station battery, large. Needs steel sheets, easy. And electronic parts, less easy. Don't have any in the box there. Or oh, maybe here? No, and no. Right, let's make some steel sheets. A couple of those, and we'll see if we've got enough stuff to make electronic parts. Electronic parts. We don't have enough iron. Wow. That's marginally embarrassing. Lead, iron. Yeah. 7 millimeters between the water pump pulley and the cage. on the electric fan. That's a little tight. That's not very much. One slight wobble on either of those and you're banging up against each other. Not terribly keen. And 7 mils, under some circumstances, 7 mil is fucking huge, but that's not right. Steel sheets. But in an engine bay, 7 mil is nuts. If it fits, it shifts. I don't like it. Yeah. Not without knowing the chemistry required in the infrastructure to make your own fuel mix which matches the equation of your individual engine. Knowing the alloy doesn't help with efficiency unless you're going to actively monitor the engine temperature and drive at a speed that maintains the exact optimal temperature for that alloy mix. Adds up to horrible inefficiency just to try and drive the car more efficiency. Truth. Yeah, no, Neo's right. You can't drop a 10mm socket down a 7mm gap. That's actually useful. Yeah. Unfortunately, you can't put a 10mm bolt. Ooh. Yeah, you definitely got problems. Definitely got trouble. Rocks? Okay. You've never lost a 10mm socket. Let us begin with me believing you, but my eyebrows, I've switched my eyebrows off just in case. But have you ever used a 10mm socket? Is this you've never lost one because you never use sockets? There, wrench. Also, hello Neo. How are you doing? Oh, hang on. What am I supposed to say? Hello, Neo. We've been expecting you. Come in. Would you like a cookie? $11 for yourself. What? Just ate 2 cookies? Excellent. Nice. Yeah, I'm the wrong person to offer you a cookie, really, but you know how it is. The actual Oracle is busy at the moment. See if I can get in here. Alrighty. I think we've actually got enough cable for once. That's concerning. If you've got enough cable, something's obviously wrong. Right. Welding torch and 4 steel sheets. Welding torch. Steel sheets. Welding. Coconut chocolate chip and plain chocolate chip. Tell you what, coconut chocolate chip you can keep. Not my jam, but plain chocolate chip, definitely. That's a good cookie. And there should be more of them in the world. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a bad noise. Why are you making me the pipe problems when I'm doing wiring? If I'm doing wiring, burn a wire. Can I get at the switch? Can I? Yeah, it worked. Oh, I don't know, all you people. Didn't have it. Ah, yeah, fair enough. That's. See, no point doing it now, Rox. I don't know. Gavik has never lost a socket. Never ever owned your own sockets to lose. Ooh. Mother would be the scary disciplinarian. You always used to worry about pissing off Dad. Or you see, your dad wouldn't be angry, he'd just be disappointed. You'd all be sad. And that's a thing. That's definitely a thing. You try not to make somebody who's going to just cope with it and say, okay, you lost my 10mm socket. That's a shame. I'll have to buy a new one. Oh, I hear a raid. Bloody hell. Oh, it's a big old raid as well. God blimey. Percus is raiding with 35 people. 35 people. God, that's more than the entire of the population of West Wales. It's not. Yogurt! I see you, dear fellow. I'm Buren as well, and Discount Engineer. Oh, mate, the gang's all here. Lovely people, lovely to see you. Thank you for joining us. I am Duke before you, the Grin, RGB, KSC, Knight of the Living Dead, and Transgalactic Megapope of Rotating Space. We are on the moon, doing our level best to live, thrive, and survive by building our own military-industrial complex. If you have come along with Yogurt Bureau and Discount Engineer, I have a suspicion that you know about Stationeers already, especially since Percus has been raiding them before. Perk, dear chum, I hope your stream was fine and awesome. Was it good? Was it excellent? What have you been doing? Have you been building a rocket? Have you been building 2 rockets? We can fit people in rocks. We're awesome. That's why we always gather the data about what people want for lunch, so we can just slap out a smorgasbord as fast as possible. Hey, no rockets yet. Ahoy. If you need to raid and run, dear chap, I understand entirely. Everybody has to visit the little streamer's room every so often. Right now, I've just added the 3rd battery to my... I hope I've added the 3rd battery to my solar rig. Yes, that looks like it's wired up properly. Magic glasses. Hey, winning. And I'm just about to start building rocketry, I hope. We've put the shutters in, we've got the chickenarium up and running. Always, Buren, put a link on, you know you want to. Oh, is it one that went bang? Is there a proper kaboom? I'm gonna go watch the thing now. Here we go, hit the button. Dun dun da da dun dun da da. The trader. Here comes the trader. We've got Perk standing right on ground zero. Why are you standing on ground zero? Don't stand there. That's a bad place to... Oh, God. Oh, okay. You didn't die. I was expecting you to die. No, Mr. Bond, I expected you to die. You are merely... Okay, you are going to die. You are wedged inside the trader. Yeah, that's not gone well. That's not gone well, has it? Yep. Sat down the centre pad to see what happens when a lander comes in. Yeah. A little while ago, I tried to surf one out. That was fun. Lander comes in, hop on top, wait for them to leave. Didn't end well. Oh, you just set up your first trading pod? That was your first one ever? Oh, man, doing a learn. Everybody loves a learn. Okay, I think, therefore I am. Got a rough idea of what I want to do with rockets. Rockets have got to come in over here somewhere, because we're going to need to have all the centrifuges and the gubbins accordingly. And then we feed into the smeltery. Tried to get Amy to do as we wanted her to, but not really quite what's needed there. Now we can switch her on again. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Off you go. Go on. Go and mine me some rocks. You're adorable, but ye gods and little fishes, you've got the brain of a trout. I should know, I wrote it.
Yak shaving day. Oh, joy.
The problem with our lovely bot girl over there, and I say girl because her name is Lily the Pink, is that something in the navigation just goes weird. You just say, go to a certain place, and then you get this behaviour. I don't understand. Back and forth and round in little circles. And then sitting at the bottom of a cliff going, I'm stuck. I'm going to die here. Okay, Lily. I want you to go and mine the rocks. That's it. Go and mine the rocks. The rocks. Go. Okay, yeah, that's no. Okay, you're off. You're looking for rocks. That's fine. I say, oh, the Amy racetrack. That was so much fun we had. It'll go back to the same spot and get stuck or fall in a hole. Yes, that's a thing that happens, definitely. Yeah. Do you want to get mined? I could make all manner of jokes at this point, but I just look up pseudonyms for drilling and boring and all that kind of stuff, but yeah. About to plow into the landing, but yeah, it's just... She has mined a whole bunch of rocks, just not reliably. Okay. Spring... Dish. It's time to make a rocket manufactory. Rocket. What do we need? 20 grams of iron and 2 grams of gold. Iron. I didn't leave any behind. I'm willing to bet that we've used all the gold on electronics. Silicon lying about. Bit of lead, iron. Just pick up some random iron. Yeah. Tyler, you're right. Amy is drunk. Gold? Got any gold lying around? Oh, there's a smidge. I have not been tidying up in here. I've just been throwing stuff around the place. Why? Because I haven't even got a reason. I've just been throwing it about. Finally re-downloaded Stationeers after a year.
Coffee.
Wow.
Coffee.
Thank you, Spirit.
Coffee.
The new update has a lot of really good stuff in it. It really does. Has a lot of mildly irritating stuff as well, in that the deep miners are no longer a one-stop shop for all the ores and alloys you could ever want. Hang on, my microphone's gone quiet. That's it?
Hey! Listen!
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Waste tank caution.
Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, numbers are looking good at this end. Uh-oh. Someone's doing us a join. Percus is joining us. Thank you, dear chum. 3 questions we ask people who join our merry band. Yeah, Rox. I think it might be you, mate. Because all the numbers are looking good here. Probably Voodoo. Probably Voodoo, yeah. Okay, so if I make a rocket manufactory, there's absolutely no reason to make it in any particular place. Oh, someone's sacrificing a goat. Yeah, another one bites the dust. Aliana, it's you do, of course. So, Perk, what part of the world do you hail from? That often does, Rox. Yeah. Get the goat sacrifice right. Everything else just follows. And what should we feed you when you turn up for lunch? And I don't know. Which babe? Or what babe? Which babe? Which babe? Right, so what are we going to need for a rocket manufacturing? Manufactory rocket. Gonna need steel sheets, cable coils, plastic sheets. Okay, fine. What power? Made with the power? Oh man, grinding and crunching through the rocket making. Here we go. Perkus is complicated. Born in the European Union, grew up in New York City. Lived in London for the past decade, good place. And most recently back in the European Union. Okay, so a citizen of the world, one might say. Well, in which case, asking you what local delicacy you would serve us, what is your locale right now? Well, what is the delicacy of your current locale? Or possibly, what is your tastiest food that you have tasted? Oh, Aliana, I am quite aware of David Bowie and his tight tights. Babe with the power? What power? Power of voodoo. Hoodoo. You do. Remind me what? Remind me of the babe. Baby. Crying hard as babe could cry. What could I do? Something. Can't remember the lyrics that made my baby blue. Oh dear. Made my baby blue. You consider all of them your home. You're going to feed me schnitzel. Ooh, yummy. That's going to be some tasty food. Plastic sheets, cable coils, yeah. Oh dear. That's a good film. You have no power over me. Fuck yeah. Lay an egg. Bloody Velociraptor. Oh, you did. Did lay an egg. Brilliant. Sorry. Brief digression from rockets to chickens. Why are all my plants dead?
Hydration critical.
What? The wheat is dead. The potato is dead. They were fine 2 minutes ago. Yeah. Right, CO2. Doing fine. Water. 15 degrees C, 10 kilopascals, no shortage. I mean, it's a little chilly, but it's not awful. Can I work out what it died of? Oh, man. Haggis. Good choice, Perk. Good choice. This isn't the first time it's happened. Like, I've just gone outdoors for a bit and come back and it's like, oh yeah, everybody's dead, Dave. It's 27 degrees C in here. It's warm, but it's not ridiculous. The lights are hydroponic cartridge. Where did I? Cartridge plant analyzer. Right. Okay. Dead potatoes. You're just dead. Dead, 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 dead. Everybody's dead, Dave. How am I control? Yeah, a bit of both, actually, Buren. So what happens there? Soon as the sun comes up, the lights turn on. Soon as the sun goes down, the lights turn off for however long is on the dial, and then turn back on again. You lost all your IC code. Oh no! Of course, it keeps it locally, doesn't it? Yeah, Alian, I think that's where we're at. And Awood, yeah, that's a thing. Confirmation of death. Right. Okay, alright. Okay. We've got lots of wheat seeds. So we're not doing too bad for potatoes and soybeans either, but the wheat is dead. Plant the wheat. The wheat is thriving towards fruiting. I got nothing. It just does this. It's everybody's completely happy, and they don't even go through a "I don't feel very well" stage. They just suddenly we're dead, and they all die at once. It's not like some of the plants are dead. Like every plant dies at the same time. Solar storm? Could solar storm brutalize my plants? Actually, why am I bothering to grow wheat? I don't want to grow wheat. You. In the egg fridge. Soybeans. 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 Potatoes. Thought about starting up the old tutorial channel on YouTube? Yeah, do it. Wheat. Default folder might have on OneDrive. It is really worth a try. Nephilim, not really messed with genetics qua genetics. I've done the old school stuff, which, well, I say old school, basically torturing plants and then picking the ones that survive best for the next generation, rather than going the genetics, going the stationeer's genetics route. Why? Seemed to work. Right, soybeans. Probably should have taken this opportunity to move all my plant pots around. Go get some more soybeans. Chickens won't mind. Chicken won't mind. Why is only one of my chickens ever lay an egg? Do they need more space? Are they overcrowded? Are they angry? I've got a lot of potatoes. Probably got too many soybeans. What am I worried about? Oh, my soup needs attention. Right. I'll get some taters from the tater fridge. Oh look, I've got a heck ton of taters. Right, we're just going to leave the row utterly unplanted. Okay. Won't the bot be evil and plant that for me? Not if I leave the lever down like that. If I leave the lever closed, Larry here will not propagate extra plants. If I open it, he will spread them as far and wide as he can. Right. Hello, mate. Illumination stress 1%.
Hunger caution.
Yeah, okay, fine. Alright. Let's switch this lot off while we're here. Everybody seems happy. Volatiles, limit 1.9 kPa, present 1.08 PA, so 1,000th of what's needed. The air has a little pollutant in it. But yeah, the difference between pascals and kilopascals is relevant here, which is why it's in the green zone. Are you doing alright there? Wired 1% present. Yeah. Could scrub it. Yeah. Get the magic scrubber out, give it a clean, and it's dropping gently just as is, I think. Too lazy to leave it to deal with it at the moment. Come back in a while and see how it is. So we've got a couple of less tolerant soybeans on this side, but they're still way off what should be a problem. Ah, damn it! What could it be? I'll hope to come back and find out at some point. You know, catch them in the very act of being ill. But every so often, just I see them saying thriving, thriving, thriving. Everybody's dead. Slurp, 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 slurp. Check my storage tanks. No, the storage tanks were clean last I looked, but I'll give it a go. CO2 set to 2%. Most of them need 1%, so we should be okay. And it's constantly dribbling CO2 through the gas vent here. Just a tiny smidge. I could turn it up to 3 or 4%, but I think it's going to make a lot of difference. Right, lay another egg. Let's go around again, just in case. What are we at? 1%, 2% required, yeah. 0.99. It may, yeah, rocks as the kind of possibility, I suppose. Thriving potato. Everybody having a lovely day. No, not none. And could we be suddenly running out of CO2? I wouldn't have thought so. Air pressure's relatively sensible. What's the top end? Max ideal temperature 32 degrees C. Haven't even got close to that. That one prefers 30. Again, the closest we got was about 27. What is it? Oh, I didn't get a glass of water while I was upstairs. Yeah, I say rocket works. I know I bleat about this a little, but I'm on the moon. Can't I please have a drink that isn't just water? I've got potatoes, for the love of Pete. If I was up here, I'd have made something out of them that I would drink, which I'm not going to mention because this is a family show, so to speak.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
If you've got potatoes on the moon, you've got a lot of vacuum. Someone's going to make a drink. Something that starts with moon. Yes. Yes, indeed, Buren. Right. What did I need to do? I needed to make a rocket manufactory. Steel sheets, yes. Cable coils, yes. Plastic sheets, yes. Screwdriver, yes. Floor plates. Let's go over here. Have a look at the ground. So, if I ponder that my actual rocketry shit... That's sunrise or sunset? That's sunrise. Ugh. That's weird. A glitch in the sunrise. Potato water. Yeah, geese, that's definitely what we're going to have. They added cocoa and no coffee beans. You know why? Because they're just drecking trolling me at this point. That's just straight deliberate. They've gone out and they've said, what could we do that will mess up the Duke to the point where he just rants like a mad bastard for hours on end. And we can add coffee, we can add cocoa, but we won't add coffee because ha. Yeah, that's probably exactly what they said, with the laughing and everything. A little bit of gold. Just a fragment. Alright. So I could... Oh god, yeah. It's personal. You know why it's personal? Kevek, a little while ago, quite a while ago now, on my Mimas hospital base, I built this lovely military-industrial complex on Mimas, and I was going to go to Vulcan or something like that, taking my rocket with me, my transport rocket. But they broke the transport rockets entirely, so I had to stay on Mimas. And so I built a huge-ish hospital. I decided it was a madhouse. It was a hospital for the mentally deranged. And I reserved a special room for Dean that was all decorated in orange and had coffee cups all around it. And there was a laptop set up in the corner with a whole bunch of notes on how to add coffee to the game. And I left it there. And I believe the fellow came into the stream at some point and may have noticed it. So it's definitely personal. Probably not personal. High chance the CEO of Rocketworks has no idea who I am or where I live. And that's the thing. Well, I found some liquid nitrous oxide. And what that's doing lying around on the moon. See how far we can yeet it. Woohoo! Moon cabbages. Yeah, you can definitely make a fun drink with wheat as well. Probably make a fun drink with soybeans. Definitely make a fun drink with rice. To be brutally honest, anything that's got carbohydrates in it, you can make a fun drink with it. Right, I am thinking with my thoughts and my brain that I could preserve the view from my house, which is what I want to do. I want a nice view from my house. But I could also have the rocket launching from the centre of that crater. Can't make fun drinks with tomatoes. I bet you could. We've now got to hit the... Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, creatures of various types, we must look around the world and find somebody who has created a fun drink using tomatoes or mushrooms. Soviet-era underground silo, Nephilim. Yeah, we're thinking the same thing. So, isn't that crater? Does that look just lovely? Is that not a crater that you could see a rocket coming out of? Yeah. Doing it. Woohoo! Fishmoda doesn't like a Bloody Mary? Yeah, no, I'm. Some people like them, some people don't. I'm down with the Bloody Mary. Or, well, not anymore, but, it's pretty warm inside the hatchery. Hey, another egg! Fire channels where it shoots out the sides. I'm not sure I've got control over that, Nephilim, but I can have a pot and see what we can make it do. Right, first job. Back to the tracker. We need some coordinates. This is actually going to be a big thing. The yeast rebuilds the original solanacea. I can't say that. Solanacea alkaloids when it acts on tomatoes. Okay. I understand all but one word in that sentence. Solanacea. What's that all about, Rox? And solar. Got it, Solan. Oh, yep, that makes, okay, it's a fair amount of sense. Nightshade family, yeah, because strangely enough, potatoes and tomatoes are quite related. And depending on which century you're in, wildly toxic, or considered so anyway. Okay, so if I have my rocket coming out of here, I'm going to go make some more floor plates for marking out. Doing a big fly. You like Caesars, Clamato, and vodka. Yogurt? Again, not sure what Clamato is here. Not 100% sure I know what Caesars is. It's the dressing. I am looking at you in my eyes. Right. Floor grating. Gonna make a lot of floor gratings as essentially markers. Too bad you can't lay a hanger on its side to have it open and oh man. Clamato is a name brand mixer. Mostly tomato juice, had some clam juice in there as well. Ooh. Oh, okay. That's definitely an unusual concept. Definitely a quite clam and tomato juice. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be trying to lob a rocket sideways out of a hill. That's definitely, again, unusual. Not quite sure what we do with it. Let's get this gold out of my pocket and into some, well, not the floor. I suppose we could kick it along, but... Aww. And I cannot help but notice a lack of little pink robot. Have you fallen down all? Come home. Clamato and beer, it sounds definitely unusual. Quite unusual, I might say. Anybody see a little pink robot anywhere? Ooh. The Lander Mark II will be damaged by solar storm events. Or, that's rubbish. I don't want that to happen. Oh, what's that socket up there? Ooh. Ooh. A fuel pod up there, or a gas pod, but... Ah! Holy crap, there is a fuel pod up here. What are you doing up there? We do not want you. Anyone? Terrifying device. What are you doing there? Do I have a hook for you? Yes, I do. Let's get the pressure out of that. 4 megapascals of fuel just sat out in the open sunlight. I'm surprised that has not already gone bang. How much such a piece of gold weighs if we take the visual volume relative to the player? Yeah, Spirit, your problem there is even moderately pure gold at the size of a football is one of those no you can't lift it kind of style. A kilo of gold is about the size of a deck of cards or a cigarette packet, something like that. Ridiculously dense stuff. Right, I've made too many floor plates. Possibly not enough, I don't know. Oh, you call a Bloody Mary, Clamato and beer. Oh, yeah. And then there is lead. Yes. What's the density on lead? Lead density. Yeah. Because gold is 96 with a 208. And lead is 11. Yeah, okay, so density of gold 11 grams per cubic centimeter. Density of lead a mere 11 grams per cubic centimeter. So gold twice as dense. Osmium. Osmium is a smidge denser than gold. That's the densest fella. I say a smidge, 22.59 grams per cubic centimetre. So, yeah, 10%-ish. Was lead, 10% more for osmium, 50% less for lead. Rough figures. Okay, how big's our crater? Not that we bloody see it now, because it's night. Oh dear, oh dear. Why? Why? Can I pick that up? No. On the wrong way. And the crater's over here. Need some spotlights. Yep. Well, not necessarily around the base. I want to keep this patch dark. I do want a whole natural-looking moon view out of this end, anyway. Right, so here's my crater. Perhaps. Yeah, about right. Yeah, I'm not sure this is work I can really totally do well in the night. But we'll see what we can make happen. Right, this looks like the low spot. Any of the telescope stuff worth doing? Oh, that's very subjective, Nephilim. There's no use to it at present. But it's a laugh. Yeah. Yeah, to light my outdoor work area. What I'm building at the moment, what I'm plotting, is a rocket silo. So you won't be able to see the rocket silo from the base windows, but only when the rocket launches. And my problem is your rocket needs a 3x3. So 1, 2, 3. So I would need to dig out this area here, which is not in itself too problematic. Doesn't ruin the crater too much, I don't think. How much is that? That's more than 3, isn't it? Ugh. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't need that one. Alright. You guys can actually come up. 1, 2. Ugh. One, 2, 3 by 1, 2, 3. That's not what we wanted at all. I have ruined the crater by means of adding on too much mud. Lunar regolith. You back in a pocket. Where's my digger-majig? There you are. And you smooth out. Okay, so this is. Oof. To try and repair the hard drive that died in August. Oh, okay. What kind of repair are you talking about, Yogurt? Was it a software failure, or has it absolutely gone horribly wrong? Flashing glow from the crater as it's preparing to launch. I could probably put spotlights around the place. Whether I'd be able to see them from the inside of the base, I don't know. Hardware failure, so you might want to just be replacing the controller board on the drive. Oh, right. Yeah, noises could go anywhere from, yeah, could be like a bit bad or really bad, depending. Plants are doing fine. Nice. Solar panels are doing fine. I don't know why I'm staring at those. Chicken is wandering around having a fine time. Yeah, well, there's the song, isn't there? Yesterday, all those backups seemed a waste of pay. Now my data all has gone away. Yeah. Oh, so sometimes you can get a really effective data recovery for very little money. Well, it depends on very little money. Some hundreds of dollars up to thousands depending, but okay, so I've now got a spot where I want my rocket to be. I'll find it reliably. A long way out. So somewhere around here. And the number is 1189 minus 1189 by 663. Okay. Do the data recovery yourself. Cheapest one is 400 Canadian bucks. I mean, that's an amount of money, but it's not a ridiculous amount of money. And buy a matching drive and trade out parts. Yeah. The only thing you're missing is 100% clean room. Yeah, that's the thing. You are missing 100% clean room. You can kinda sorta fake it. If you run your shower for a bit to get all the dust out of the air and maybe a dehumidifier to get the moisture out, but you are faking it at that point. What was it? 1189 by 663. Right. Let's just... yeah. You already opened it to check the arm. Weesh, okay. Taking your life in your hands there, mate. That's definitely a risk. Some special stuff to migrate the smart data. Hell, the really weird one we saw was when a drive had been dropped sufficiently that the platter was shattered. They put the broken platter on a scanner and whipped an arm back and forth over it to read the magnetic domains as effectively visual imagery, and then matched up the pieces. And then a bit of software span its internal cursor around the edges to read the numbers. It's quite entertaining. That one cost money. Buren started using OneDrive for backups. I see. My concern with OneDrive is that I do not trust the holders of it. They have my data to ransom, and I do not like them. Okay, so I want to go underground. I want a tunnel over to there. So what am I going to do? I can put some stairs in this corner here. That means I need to build out those walls for airtightness. And I need to slowly dig along there and not... And do I want to keep the whole place aired up? Or work in vacuum? Don't know. I'm going to put a door one way or another anyway. So stairs up to where I live. Stairs down. I could put a lift. But the lift would stick out into the corner here. And the lift, I would probably put a basement and then a lift. Don't have to drop a hard drive to shatter the platters. Had a hallway at one worksite that managed it. Ooh. How do they manage that? Drives would fail and you'd hear rattling bits inside. Ah, man. What the hell are you storing, Tyler? That's an awful lot of storage. That's a lot of storage. Yeah, maintenance lift and heavy airlock. Heavy airlock? Okay. Oh, dude, that's a lot of. Yeah, what are you storing? What is this? He's storing voxel data for the entire Earth or something? Because frankly, that'd be cool. Okay, stage 1, steel plating around the edge. Meant with like heavier doors. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. I was just wondering, Nephilim, if I'd missed a concept of a heavy airlock, because, you know, I can't claim I know everything about this game. Lovely if I could. Tyler is a data hoarder. You archive a lot of stuff that has been getting harder to get. Okay. A local copy of Pornhub? Nah. Why bother? Why bother? Right, steel frames for RAM. Check the cupboards in case we've got any lying around. Probably got a few, don't have a few. I thought we had a few. Steel sheets. Right. Gonna put floor plates in a box. Because we are going to use them. We're not going to use them just yet. Oh, wrong box. Ooh, that's raw talent. How many frames we got? 7. Not enough yet. Maybe enough. And a tricorder app in your phone. Had to play around. Has a lot of magnetic flux. Got worse as you got close to one used office area. An HVAC tube running from the roof to the garage underneath. Someone had improperly grounded new antenna. Ah! And that got started to arc. The field went from high to 0 quickly. Yeah, okay, you could, if you dropped, yeah, you dropped a coil. Oof. Weird. Where the magnetic field build up, but whatever. You're not recording that particular site, but you might be recording a different one. Well, some things you just gotta do, I suppose. Now, steel plate, steel sheets, rather. Have some of those. Probably gonna need some more steel anyway. Oh yeah, yeah. If you're moving your arm about at that point and the magnetic field is strong enough, you can bounce the arm. I don't know how you'd shatter a plate, apart from, you know, gouging it, but... sounds like a strange and unusual concept. Right, we're going to need 24 sheets to do that amount of plates. We need some more stairs. Stairs? Which need iron. I haven't left any iron about, only steel, so I'll go get some iron. We're going to need to make some more steel, of course. Actually, I might just make some more steel while we're at it. 250s, that's an 18. 350s. You come with us anyway. You're a 4, you're a 50. Right, so we've got enough. We've got the makings for some steel. Bit of spare iron. I said, bit of spare iron. You're coming with me, boy. We're gonna need all the steel for the rocket, because that's how it works. What are we set to? We're currently set to steel. We've got 4 green lights. Iron, iron, coal, iron, melty, melty, smelty, smelty. Heat jacket temperature's dropping. Temperature of the furnace is dropping a smidge. Make me some steel. Thank very much. Delightfully anticlimactic, that is. Really is. You in there, you in there as well. Set of stairs. Fishmoder, have fun cooking dinner. Enjoy. And your geeky tricorder out. I suppose if, yes, phones do have a magnetic set. They have a ghost sensor on for their compass, don't they, these days? Waha. Steel sheets. Nice. Stairs. Also nice. Right. Let's see if we can do this without letting the air out. I know it's a strange and unusual concept, but we're going to give it a go. Right, I want these two corners to be stairs. So, you've got to be sealed, you've got to be sealed. So have you. And because of things, I want you lot as well. 4 left. Amy, hello! Did you run out of battery on the way home, you numpty? You're a numpty, what are you? Right. I'm wondering if I've thought this through. Probably haven't. Okay, you go in there, you come out. Seal these edges up just for safety's sake. Okay. Bit there. Bit there. Probably not going to cause trouble, but you know, you really don't want your air just leaking out onto the moon and being annoying. Could I considered putting it one further back? And the stairs start there? Not really. Wouldn't be able to fit down it. Stairs start here. There's room to play. Okay. Oh, you had your air leak out a bit, Nephilim. Yeah. It does get annoying when you're sitting there going, where's that hissing noise coming from? Oh. Okay, is it me or is it... No, there we go. One chicken. Lay an egg! Egg! Egg, 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 egg. Sound like one of those Martians. Egg, 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 egg. Whole wall blew out. Whoa. Okay, you don't want to be doing that. How'd you blow a wall? Right. How you guys doing? Potato is barely growing. Aha! Potato is not happy. Why is Potato not happy? Potato is not happy because it has dark deficiency. Alright, how about you? Okay. Okay, alright. Let's turn this down then. 300. I said 300. That's 5 minutes. Right. Light efficiency, illumination stress. Soybean. Macro temperature, light 10 minutes, darkness 5 minutes. 300 seconds. So we should have 360 seconds of darkness. Turn around, seen all the particles, play with the sound down. Oh my. So just, yeah, it happens. Right, so 360 seconds of darkness should have been fine. So what is with the dark deficient? Everybody is darkness deficient. Having a bad day? Alright. This does rather imply that my light code is mank. Or broken. Broken entirely possible. So what's wrong here? Device not found at line 30. Okay, so one of the devices is broken, and I'm willing to bet it's the daylight sensor that I carefully removed and put back on earlier and entirely forgot about. That will be the thing. Well, that's actually a bit of a relief. Treadmore, what I think happened is, yeah, I moved the daylight sensor here from facing the sunset to facing vertical, and I didn't rehook it up properly. So this has just been sitting there going, lights were on, just left them on. The year or so, if you removed all windows where you're growing your plants, just use the grow lights. Enrolling them from the stopwatch. Okay. Yeah. That is a thing. Interesting idea. Okay. So we've put some floor around there. Let's open up the floor and see what goes on. Yeah, rushes out a bit, but not much. Still good. Alrighty. Treadmore had an issue with the lights penetrated the wall between grow room. Ooh, harsh. That's going to be a bitch to debug. Okay, so I've got my line here, but this one also needs to be yeah, that one needs to be hollow as well. If I move the stairs back to here, I can make my lift there. Well, that's a bit pants. I have to go out at least one further. And at that point, I may want to extend the room as well. That's possibly something for another day. But this is starting to get a bit interesting. Because if I take this cube out, that needs a solid floor, and I have a single skin between myself and oblivion. I really don't want to move these stairs one back, because that means I'm starting the stairs and I'm halfway down the stairs here. That's just wrong. Can't move the stairs one back there. I need to move it 2 back anyway. I don't have any steeper stairs, and I probably don't want any anyhow. Less pleasant than I thought it was going to be. Could I put up temporary walls to get into the block? Oh, absolutely, Nephilim. That's not a problem. Sealing this all up is fine. Yeah. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I am going to put another layer of steel on the outside and then ponder moving this whole window at least 1 dot sideways so that the whole stairs are enclosed inside the room. So I really don't like the idea of just having a single wall skin there. It's just room pressure is 104. 104 is a little high. Why are we at 104? You should be sucking gas out of here at 100, which you are. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, yeah. Even if they're not in ideal conditions, they should still grow. They're currently growing moderately well, growing poorly. But yeah, the main thing that was killing them off was that dark deficiency, which, yeah, we're back to slowly getting towards a sensible thing. Max ideal pressure 100, current pressure 104. Yeah. Illumination stress is decreasing. 104 is a little odd. Why are we up? Oxygen. Oxygen's gone down. Oxygen at 25%. 25% is... Alright, how much oxygen are we pumping into the room? Oh, almost 0. Fine. Alright. CO2 is at nothing. And nitrogen is at something but decreasing rapidly. Yeah, nitrogen at 73 out of 75. CO2 is a little high. And oxygen presumably is at 24.9 Blair or something like that. So yeah, what should be happening is as these gases get pumped in, excess pressure gets pulled out over this side of the room. So we will get a pressure gradient, tiny though it may be. Top end 103. I can live with 103, 104. And as ever, Buren, we will slowly torture our plants to work with what we have. If I used a bigger vent, yeah, it would depressurize faster. The whole thing is, there we go, to just let it drift slowly towards ideal. Something having send an alarm if plants are dying. How can I do that? I wonder if Larry can tell whether the plants are having a bad day because he makes a smiley face. So I wonder. I don't know whether I can fit any more code in there. It's certainly worth a thought, absolutely. Well, in theory, Nephilim, these guys, you see the amount that they're pumping in right now, like the CO2 pump is 0.015 litres per whatever. So we're not really moving an awful lot of gas about. And oxygen's switched off now because oxygen is at 25 or above. Yeah. So what's happening here? That chip is reading the ratio in the room, pulling the current ratio, determining a maximum error, which I think is at 2% at the moment, and turning the pump between 0 and maximum depending on the error value. Temperature for chickens to survive is room temperature. For hatching is between 35 and 40, I think. It says 35 and 45. I've got mine set to 37. 37. So my hatchery just hangs around there, and they are quite happy in there. And that's mainly consisted of a heater and an air conditioner. The heater's probably irrelevant. Just make sure it's nice and warm. Yeah, right. Okay, back outdoors and put the extra layer on. Ooh, getting turned around in my own airlock.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
Okay, I can't leave the robot out there anymore. Come on, lassie, time to come home. Oh, you did so well. Brought some coal. Goatee time. Alright. There you are. Yeah, the alarm is on saying hasn't moved for ages. Wake up. You don't feel so good. I know. There you go. You've dumped your coal. Well done. And your batteries run out. It's okay. Go to sleep. Stay asleep. We're not going to launch you again. I even dismantle you. I didn't say that.
Coffee.
Coffee. More coffee.
Coffee.
Thank you, Rox. That's the good ship. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A welding torch. Why is it welding torch? Welding torch. And we're definitely hovering off the ground here now. So we need to seal up those edges. Yeah. So, terrain manipulator. Ah, no, none of that. Brilliant. See, ruined. Used to look good, used to look nice around here. That's all lumps and bumps. Cartridge in the slot. Given that the game now has a map, if you see what I mean, we should be able to get the terrain manipulator and such like to restore to previous map.
That's a moon.
It is a moon. It's quite a nice moon most of the time. Every so often it's a pain in the bloody trousers moon, but hey. Right, how far can I go here? Yep, not unbolting that one. Oh, goodness me, no. Oof. Well, we'll tunnel around here as we see fit. Okay. The welding torch again, and the steel sheets again. Yeah, looks pretty rancid. Take the tops off, take the edges off. No, can't get it to look smooth again. It's terrible. Ruined everything. Oh no, now I'm sad. They'll do, probably. Right. Crisis averted, give or take. Good 1 minute of lag if the Roku is playing the... Oh my. Ouch. A minute of lag is a lot of lag. And that corner definitely is not right. Look at that. That's just floating again. Okay, so I think I'm probably going to be pulling my room 2 dots further out. Probably not going to do that today though, because that's a fair amount of work and it's already midnight. And I have been shouted at is the wrong word, but I have been given a stern injunction that I am not to play too late. Otherwise, Best Beloved will look at me with her eyes. She will give me a staring at. Possibly there will be the tapping of the feet and the crossing of the arms. And oof, that is not to be borne. Yeah. Do I do it across the whole, across both floors? Gonna have to, really, if I want Larry to be in there. That'll give me more growing space. I can more easily separate out a chicken field full of soybeans and a potato field for myself. Means open it on the device you have in this room in case it's a Chromebook. Ooh. All like the geostationary internet lag. Well, I am on the moon. That's probably what it is. Very likely it's to do with moon stuff. Yes. Something like that. Okay. So now I still can't open this thing up. I need to glass in this entire room before I do that. So I need at least two more walls and 12 more ceilings. I'm afraid, lovely people, I am getting a bit on the sleepy side, so I'm going to put this in for next time. I'm going to find someone to raid into. So we're going to put this as 0 glass in new room section. Off. And right now, to bed. Didn't build a new suit. Probably should have done. Magic glasses in the cupboard. Backpack. Mining belt. Uniform off. Time for a shower. Even the shower, I haven't got a light in the shower. That's just terrible. What? Why haven't I got any shower? Where's my shower? Oh, okay. Ah, that's better. Okay, clean. Left the door open, doesn't matter. I'm the only one here. Don't have any music in the shower either. That's just rubbish. Sweet dream, rocks. I shall be back soon. Probably not tomorrow. Maybe Wednesday. More likely Thursday. And as the stars fade out, Buren, thank you for being here. Always lovely to have new chums along and old chums as well. So, let's see. Who do we have on the list? Who are we following who might be fun? And who are we not following who might also be fun? Son of Tice is playing Ship of Fools. AJ is looking at science. EJ is looking at science and technology. Graham, yeah, he's a guy who follows a lot of Starlink launches and, well, Starship launches as well. EJSA. Platypus Muerte is playing Path of Exile. Psycho Bob playing Ark Raiders. Super Tachi is playing Escape from Tarkov. Okay, that makes more sense. What do we got here? And DARPA Chief is playing Nesses. Interesting one. Anybody got any thoughts on what kind of fun thing they want to play with, or should we try and find someone else playing Stationeers? You watch, AJ. Yeah, that's fine. Barbaric. We have a request for Barbaric. I was out there somewhere. Oh, I can't find you. Playing Kenshe. Ooh, whatever is Kenshe, don't know. Right. Heading in the barbaric direction. Oof. Getting the data to do as it's told. Lovely people, I would go on longer, but I am starting to suffer from being asleep and having a school day tomorrow. So I will see you lovely chums soon. Thank you so much for being with me. Thank you very much to Percus for the raid. Delightful raid, we like that one. And Tyrus James as well. Emerald has done us a follow and a subscribe. Undercover Mario joined us too, and Percus has followed along too. Nephilim, thank you for being real and human. I have been horribly concerned that I'm getting more bots as well, but you know, I will see you Thursday, if not before. Enjoy. We shall bang out. Barbarics Raid, oh, intended for mature audiences as ever, so please behave like adults. Whatever that means. See you soon. Sweet dreams. Bye-bye.